Welcome, everybody, to Live and Let's Dice. I am your Dungeon Master, Cody J. Hay. Joining us tonight, we have, top to bottom here, Ozal the Wise, played by Zach.
Yo.
Burn Dawnbringer, played by Dean.
What up?
Stolas the Warlock, played by Deanie.
Good to be back.
Marius Radari, played by Max.
Good evening, everyone.
And Tyrus Nightthorn, played by James.
Good evening, everybody.
Oh, I love it. Last week, we had a little bit of a rough week. We fought against the Pumpkin King for our Halloween Uprising event for All Hallows Eve. We had pumpkin, brain stealers, essentially, that were taking over villagers' bodies. We got to fight a headless horseman. We got to infiltrate the Pumpkin King. There was a big twist with the ally of the group. It was great. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It's worth the watch. There was a little bit of chase scene that you can kind of skip through. I was trying to use some variant rules that kind of turned out to be terrible error, and I apologize for that, but we'll move past that. Anyways, roll the intro.
Hear ye, and get ye hype, for tonight's harrowing adventure takes place in the accursed land of Strahd. But fret ye not, though, as our tale is sure to have moments of levity, provided by our all-star role-players, and led by our storied dungeon master, Cody J. Hay. Truly, from the bottom of all our hearts, we thank you for tuning in to Live and Let's Dice.
We want to give a quick shout out to Watto Scrapyard for sponsoring tonight's episode of Live and Let's Dice.
Perfect. You guys are standing in a field full of pumpkins.
Yay!
Grievously wounded from your battle, but back on your, well, I guess not your home plane, but back on the plane that you came from. How would you like to proceed?
The Miststalker's not here. He's gone, right?
No,
Or-
he has departed
Gotcha.
back to his castle.
What would you like to do?
We need to go talk to that guy.
Ismark.
Yeah, Bismarck.
Ismark is the man that we seek. We should go and speak to him about what just transpired.
Should we wait and rest, or should we go straight there?
I think it would be smart to rest.
I gotta lick my wounds a little.
Gross.
You mean the rest here in the on this little bit of farmland? Why not just head back to town? We could find somewhere a bit more comfortable to lay our head, or make this man take care of us, since we just took care of his problem.
That's
That's
very
right.
true.
Let's get back there.
Yeah. Why don't you? Well, actually, first of all, tell me what you guys are gonna do, and then I'll have you roll a perception check.
I'm fine to go into town.
Let's go back to town. Yeah, we gotta get back there. I need a drink.
All right.
Back to town it is.
All right, let's go.
So you guys here, we'll pull up the world map. Zoom out and zoom all the way back in. Zach, we're going to be towards the right here. I have decided to make little hexagons for each of the places that we kind of custom homebrew. It'll be to your right, up a little bit. Too far. There you
Goldie.
are. There's Trundle.
If you control-click the map as the DM, it should drag us to that spot on the map.
There we go.
Control click.
I got it.
Oh.
As long as you're on the player layer.
I'm on the tokens layer. Does that count? Tokens and objects?
Yes, that should work.
don't- Huh. Interesting. Anyway, something new.
Or shift-click. It's one of those two.
We'll look
It's
into it.
basically whenever you do the ping.
Oh. I didn't know that.
All right, so we're going back to town.
Yeah, so you guys are about half a day's travel from where you started. So heading back to town, you're
It
half
only
a day.
took It took us an hour last time to go to the farm.
Oh, shit, my bad. Yes. 1 hour's worth of travel, 1 hex away here at the pumpkin farm. I probably should move that up then, since my world rules are different. Anyways, doesn't matter. Yeah. Back to the village of Barovia. Where would you like to go with inside the actual village of Barovia itself?
Ismark's.
Ismark's home, the
straight to?
burgomaster's mansion.
Okay. Bottom right, Zach.
Yep, there we go.
And you arrive back to the Burgomaster's mansion. As you walk through the streets of Barovia itself, you don't have any issues on the road. You're able to get back relatively easily. It's only an hour's walk. The night is eerily quiet, which is odd. You can see most of the pumpkins that were laying in the town square that were kind of in that cart have just degraded into slime at this point. And anyone who was infected or had been like mind taken over from the pumpkins is kind of just walking around as if they have a really bad hangover trying to get home. And you arrive to the Burgomaster's mansion.
Do we have to answer for the people that died? Or is that just like no one knows that we did that?
It's a good question. I guess you will find out along the way.
All right. Is the door still locked at Ismark's?
I don't know. Are you knocking?
I will knock.
You hear footsteps, and you hear a woman's whispered voice, and then you hear the of a crossbow and a male voice from behind the door. It says, "Who is it?"
We need to speak to Ismark.
Come in.
Good, because I was about to blow that fucking door open.
I bet you were.
So,
And Ismark is standing here with a woman. Go ahead, Marius.
Ismark, we have returned. We went to the pumpkin patch and seemed to have taken care of whatever was troubling the village before. Is this a common occurrence?
No, he said. The mansion itself being attacked, happens at least 5 times a week by different creatures, usually wolves and human creatures that are rotting. But whatever those things were with the pumpkin heads, that's something new.
Well, we've taken
Well,
care of the problem.
Thank you.
went
The
and
town
took care
will
of it.
give you a reward.
Well, we are finally here. I think it is time that we have our chat you promised us about whatever it is you require aid for.
Of course.
And we'd like to put our feet up and take a rest.
Yes, you are more than welcome in my home. Please, come in. He gestures to the set of doors over here, and we'll walk through it. As he passes the woman, she kind of shoots him this, angry look. And he takes a seat at the table.
Come, Bird. Come take a seat.
Good, because my dogs are barking.
Oof. Stolas, how are you feeling?
I feel absolutely terrible right now.
Yes, you are quite hurt. How are you taking in this situation?
Honestly, Stolas is very relieved that we're finally outside of any danger and just slumps down on this chair. He's upset that his feathers are messed up. And he looks kind of sulky.
Ismark will kind of look you up and down and nod towards you, and he'll be like, "Worry not, friend. We have beds and a warm shower bath upstairs, should you like that before you bed down."
Yes.
Kind of feels awkward because he's not really sure how to address you, being that you're the first bird person he's met.
I thank you for your hospitality. I will gather myself here for a moment.
Of course. Yeah, and he sits down. He will kind of leave and come back to the kitchen, tending to you, bringing out like half a boar, some chicken, He pours some ale that's been watered down for you and bread. You can kind of see that while it's well furnished, everything is well used inside the house. The brass accents on some of the chairs have been polished to a point to where they're almost tarnishing with how much they've been polished, almost as if this house has been in the family for quite some time. The stone is very old. The windows have been mostly boarded up on the first level, even though you can see out of them, and even as you were greeted through the door, Ismark puts the bolt back in place behind the door. He'll kind of look at you as an assembled group and apologize for not letting you in on Halloween night, or All Hallows Eve. He realizes that I realized that I had the chance to give you hospitality, but I couldn't put Irina at risk. And he gestures to the woman next to him. He says, "This is Irina Koliana, my stepsister. Please eat, and I will speak while you eat." For some reason, the Devil Strahd has an interest in her. Trying to figure out why, and Irina kind of just puts her head down. For those of you around the table to the left side, which would be everyone but Marius, feel free to make a perception check, and I'll tell you what you guys can kind of see about her. And he says, my goal is to take her out of the city. I want to take her to one of the middle cities called Vallaki. There we can seek aid, and we're not directly under the castle itself, where Irina is most vulnerable. And that's
rolls
the
again.
business.
5, 6, 8, and 20.
All right, the person who rolled the 20, being Stolas, you can make out on her neck, kind of to the left, there are 2 distinct indentation scars on the left, and then 2 more above, kind of towards her upper ear. And she looks at you, noticing them, and she nods, kind of pulling her collar and scarf around it, saying, "Yes, I have been bitten twice, but I have not been turned. The devil has a sick fascination. He sends his servants to come, and he speaks to me at night through the windows and makes it hard to sleep. This is why we seek to leave this place."
So I do not notice this. It's on the other side of her neck.
Correct.
Okay.
But she did just acknowledge it for the whole group.
So, you have been bitten by the lord of this land. Tell us more about this town of Vallaki you wish to go to.
It is in the center of the world of Barovia, west of here. It should take us some time to get there, but it is a place not under the shadow of the castle, and we're hoping to stay there. Ismark has more of the details, but I am not so quick to trust as he is.
And why do you want our help?
Traveling in groups along the road, I'm sure you've noticed, is the fashion of the ways. It is the safest form of travel in this land. You have strength in numbers when you have vampires and werewolves and creatures of the night stalking you. All
And
we
you
ask for is your aid.
And you believe us to be trustworthy?
Yes. From what I have seen and what from Ismark has told me, you have helped several other people in the village, and I presume, since you have survived the Night of Pumpkins, you are the ones who have laid it to waste, no?
Yes, that is true. Burn here made short work of the Pumpkin King.
Bern, did you take his head as a trophy out of curiosity? Or is that just for the art?
Oh, I took it.
Yeah? This
Yes.
is your chance to show it off, I suppose.
I throw my cape back over my chair and I reach around my belt and I pull out the Pumpkin King's head and I flump it down onto the table. And this was the Pumpkin King.
It hits the table with a wet thump and a smack as this alien-looking head, which is still more intact than most of the other pumpkins, jaw limp, these vines kind of coming out of its neck almost like entrails, and it leaks this orange fluid across the table. Now, just for my own headcanon, do you have like one of those Witcher hooks where you keep your trophies like on your belt? I mean, I don't want to presume things for you, but
Yeah, kind of like I imagine it like. Did you ever play God of War?
oh yeah,
Where that guy he keeps on his
Nimrod's
belt?
head.
yeah, kinda
Yeah.
like that.
Okay, sick. Yeah, it's starting to degrade at this point, but it hasn't turned back to goo, kind of like the minions have. But yeah, her eyes go wide and she says, that is quite the trophy, my friend. I'm very impressed. You're very strong for a man your size."
Thanks.
Maybe you can make a pumpkin pie with it.
Ismark chokes while he's eating his food and laughs. He says, "We could. I don't know that I would eat it, but we could."
Tell me
I'll
more
eat it
about
if it tastes like them pies.
tell me more about the Lord of this land.
The Devil Strahd, what would you like to know? He's a vampire. He is deadly. But ask him a pointed question. I will tell you what I know.
You believe leaving the city will take you away from Strahd's influence?
It would take me away from being as close to him. And she will kind of stand up and walk towards one of the windows here on the back side of the house, which is actually facing north. Sorry for the orientation here. Or I'm sorry, west. And she will say, if you look on the hill, you can see the castle itself, the Castle Ravenloft, where he lives. It is very, very close. It overlooks the peaks. Being that he is a creature of the night, he can take wing as a bat. He could transform into a large direwolf. He has many means of getting around. He could use the mists. He comes, and if you look, and she kind of points towards a footpath that's been worn out, to the windows. She says there's paw prints and footprints from his minions that circled the house. The house itself is barely standing. If it wasn't made of stone, I fear that it would be gone by now. And she kind of shudders.
If you have been bitten, why haven't you been changed?
Ismark, well, from best we can tell, to fully be changed into a vampire, you either need to be willing or die in the process. Irina has not died yet, and we hope to keep it that way.
Well, besides getting further from his influence, is there somewhere in Voloki you believe you will be safe from him?
Yes. Let Cody consult his notes here. Ismark has a place that we can stay in Vallaki that is protected. That is all I will say on the subject.
And when do you want to make this journey?
As soon as possible. We have one note of business to take care of first. Maybe two.
Which
But-
are?
Well, we probably should check and see, since the burgomaster, she, gestures to Ismark, is leaving the town. We either need to promote someone to be burgomaster or help with the efforts of cleaning up for the townsfolk that have been affected by this pumpkin. And our father, she begins to tear up, 4 nights ago, has died, and he needs to be buried. We have constructed a coffin out of things around the house. We would like for him to be sanctified at the church and taken care of.
How did he fall?
He had no heart for the creatures that attacked night after night, and his heart gave out when he heard the Devil Strahd call out to me.
Our most sincere apologies. What supplies will we take on the road?
Ismark and I have horses that we can ride. From what I have been told from the sisters, that the tavern, or from what Ismark has told me, I should say, you have a cart with ass?
He goes by Trundle.
Beautiful ass.
I think if we travel on the road, we should make swift travel to Wallaki.
How many days travel is it?
That's a really good question. Let's see. According to our rules for your traveling with Trundle, Trundle specifically can move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's
It
about
says,
halfway across the map.
It says 5 hexes per day traveled by the road.
And
If,
Wallaki
mov-
is
if moving off-road, it's 2 hexes per day.
4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 17, 18, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 hexes. So roughly 90 divided by 5. If my calculator would work.
18 days.
18 days. Thank you, Marius, the Pathfinder.
And what
More
do
than
you
2
offer?
weeks.
What do you offer us for undertaking such a burden?
Not much, to be frank. I can offer you my friendship, perchance. I know along the way that I've heard rumors that there is a person who can tell your fortune and may be able to give you more information about this land and your purpose here
Hey,
in
what's
Pierce
this?
Pool.
What's this chick look like?
This chick, she looks like this. Good job, Burn. Show to all players. Irina Koliana.
All right, fine. I'll marry you.
She chortles and she says, I'm not looking for marriage yet, but perchance if you survive the night and can kill the Devil's Strahd, you might have a chance.
And would we be traveling by daylight or by the cover of night?
Ismark says, well, daylight in Barovia is not quite what it used to be, but at least from the ancient tales. So yes, mostly by day. I wouldn't suggest taking the road by night. There are too many creatures that wander the woods.
Sounds to me like you guys are trying to get us to do your dirty work. What the hell we should do anything for you is beyond me. What about us? Well, there's nothing in this for us. What do we get? We get some staunchy ass mother, you know what, and his crazy ass almost vampire woman.
Chung.
She could turn into a vampire and kill us any time, guys.
You hear a heavy sack hit the table as he kind of gently prods it towards you, and gold spills out towards you, Tyrus.
Now you're talking my language. Now you're starting talking my language.
I can offer you 200 gold pieces per person. Master
200.
Elf.
200. Thinking more 2,000.
He sighs and he pulls out one more piece of paper. Actually, give me a persuasion check or intimidation.
I think it would be better if we try to help these people. They've been kind enough to give us a bit more information of the land since we're new here and we don't know where we are. It wouldn't hurt to go. Is this Vallaki? Is this a bigger city?
Yes, it is bigger than Barovia, he says.
I'm not working for free, Marius. Let's go. What do we get out of this? What, we got to kill Strahd? We got to take Stolas almost died, for Christ's sakes. I got goddamn wounds all over me, and this guy's been sitting in this house, huddled under his bed like a jam tart. We're gonna do this for nothing? What are you, out of your mind? What do you got there, Bismarck or Ismark, whatever your damn name is? I want some pay. I want some payback for this.
He tied you in intimidation, so he's not intimidated. He looks across the table at you and he says, this is what I can offer you. He said, we are going one way or another, but Barovia itself is an oppressed land. I have a feeling for whatever power that has brought you here, you would think that it's for a purpose.
Terrace, it's the right thing to do. Besides, safety in numbers. Maybe they get good in a fight, and we could use their help too.
Terrace,
Irene-
where else would you
Irene-
go?
Irina here is knowledgeable of the land that we're in as well. She could guide us along the journey. Uh,
Yeah, guide us to our deaths.
I-
Look at
Irina-
poor Stolas. I mean, I don't even really like Stolas that much, but god damn it, they almost killed her.
Irina, we have not formally introduced ourselves to you, by the way. I am Marius Rudari. And the others here.
I am Ozal.
Just Ozal, huh?
Ozal,
The
old.
wise. How dare you, Burn?
And Burn Dawnbringer.
I'm Stolas.
Terrace.
So I figure it's better for you to know who we are if you'll be traveling along the road with us. How much time do you need to get ready to take care of your father's remains and be on the road?
It is roughly dusk at this point. She looks out the window and she says, I would like to leave before noon tomorrow if possible. If we are to make it to Tears Fall. I believe some of your people are there, Marius. If I were to guess correctly, you're Vestani?
Ah, you have an eye for my people. Yes, I am Vistana.
Perhaps we may ask you a question.
Of course.
We came across a woman who had lost her child, and she was given to us this doll. Are you familiar with the company name on the back?
I will produce the doll from my pack. A young little bear. A woman named Mary is the one who provided us this. She asked us if we could help find her daughter.
Ah, yes, that one is an odd one. She... Ever since her daughter, beautiful, beautiful. Hardly ever see her. I would not let her out of the house. I'm not surprised that she has gone missing. It's a curious one, that one. Every time they would go out for food and I would see them, most of the people in the village are scared of me, being that I have fought off the vampire twice and been bitten twice. Well, fought him off multiple times, I should say. I do not know much. No Blinsky. This on the tag here is a toy maker in Volaki. He might have more answers for you. Ugh, the doll itself is hideous, though. And you can see it's kind of this black hair, black-eyed doll with this like ivory skin, and it kind of lump sacks in her hand. And Ozal, you swear that while she was holding it, turned and looked at you as you were speaking about it, and then went back to being limp.
Jesus.
And she hands it back to you, Marius. Don't keep it.
I,
And she shudders.
I think it's rather cute, actually. It's a cool toy. I'll use it eventually to maybe try and find this young girl. But we'll be staying at the tavern then tonight until we can get ourselves ready for the morning.
Ismark says, nonsense. It's dark out. I have plenty of rooms. The least I can do is feed you and house you for free.
That is very generous of you.
Thank
You got
you.
that right, punk. It is the least you can do.
Ismark, I ask this of you. You've offered us all this coin, but is there any chance you have a gem or two that maybe I could take in exchange for coin? Coin is so heavy. Maybe a ruby or something. I am looking for supplies, potentially for some spells that I could cast.
Perception.
I'll take his
Or,
coin. No problem, thanks.
I'm sorry, persuasion.
I
That's a
rolled
critical
a
failure.
19 on my persuasion roll.
Ismark kind of blushes at you, and he says, though I am burgomaster and I have inherited this abode, I am not one for mortal trappings. I'm a military man. But yes, I'm sure I have something around here for you. And he gets up and he walks over to this statue of this like well, go ahead and roll history or perception if you want to know more about it. And takes one of the eyes out. And it's kind of this green gem. Holy cow, Ozal. And hands it over
23.
to you.
An 11 for my perception.
I got 23.
Ozal, for you and well, I guess you, Marius, you can tell it's a fey creature of sorts. It looks like some sort of satyr. Ozal, you being well versed in many magical things, can tell that not only is this a fey, but it's a greater fey. You too as well, Burn. It seems to be a depiction of Bacchus, god of wine, who is a satyr. And he's kind of a party deity and protector of those who
Love Bacchus. Dionysius, baby. That's my man. Bring me some maenads.
And he says, yes, I don't know where my father got it, but here, Marius. He hands you an emerald worth about 200 gold.
Thank you. It's very
Marius,
kind of you.
I'll take your gold. Thanks.
Ismark nods and he says, keep it. You can buy supplies with it.
I put his gold in my pouch, too.
Yeah. Everyone except for Marius, I suppose, add 200 gold to your inventory. Tyrus, go ahead and add 400. Presuming the rest of the group is letting Tyrus keep Marius's other 200.
I would think that we should use that money to potentially fund our travels. If you want to keep the 200 for yourself, we can take the others and buy the supplies that we need. We'll need an extra tent for the young woman here and some other things maybe.
Are they not bringing their own supplies?
Why are we paying for them?
we
Right, this
will
get
be
out of
funding
control,
our own
man.
trip.
So food, water, things that we'll need along the road. I mean, I carry just about everything I need in my sack here, but is there anything else you could think of you might want?
While they're discussing this, I'll ask, may I sit by the study?
Of course, make yourself at home.
And I will begin ritual casting Unseen Servant. Or, I'm sorry, not Unseen Servant. Find Familiar.
Cool beans. Go ahead and grab your token or whatever you're choosing to do. Irina excuses herself from the table and gets up and kind of walks downstairs. Ismark kind of looks after her and she's like, that one is... That one is troubled. I worry about her.
Is there something that must be done for your father? You said you wish to bury him.
Yes,
If we're
Irina
supposed to
would like to
leave-
have him sanctified by the priest so he cannot be raised, hopefully, and put into the ground at the church.
What is the priest's name?
Donovich? And he
Oh,
looks
God.
over at you. Have you met him?
We have met this Father Donovich.
He's
He's
a good
a-
man. He's a holy
Interesting man.
Yes.
Interesting.
Recently,
Kill that guy.
tragedy has befallen.
May I see your father then? I will place a blessing upon him. I am a cleric myself.
You may speak to Irina. The first room to the left from the entrance is where she's located. And he kind of gestures down the stairs.
I will walk that way then and go find this room. Irina, there you are. Is this your father,
Yes. This is Kolian
Kolian?
in Donovich.
Was he a good father to you?
He was the best he could be. He was somewhat troubled from... He was my father, and that's all that really matters, no?
Did he have any beliefs? Who did he worship any particular deity?
He had faith in the people of Barovia, you could say. He, like many people, would worship the god of morning and the god of night. but not on a serious level, if you know what I'm saying. But like all of us, he was superstitious.
May I open the coffin? Would that be offensive to you?
Of course. She gestures. She will undo the latch on one side and slide off the top.
Is it a stone coffin or is it made out of wood?
It's wood, but I don't really know any other Foley effects other than stone, so...
So, I take a look at this man. Well, I am a cleric of the Night Mother. If I may, I would like to place a blessing upon him before you take him to ground.
If you don't mind, I've known Father Vadanovich a very long time. I would prefer that the father of the people of this land takes care of him, but you may offer what blessing you have if you would like.
The blessing that I will provide will keep him looking this way. He will not decay for a few days. It will also protect him from becoming a creature of the night and rising from this coffin.
She visibly starts to cry, but like in a tough way. She just kind of nods.
I will take a look at this man and begin to pull a pinch of salt from my belt, along with a copper piece from my coins, and I will place, as I begin to ritual cast the gentle repose. I place the copper pieces over each eye and begin a prayer to the Night Mother. Protect this man on his journey into the next world. Make sure that his family is kept well and honored. They do right by him, and his time on this plane is once complete. May he rest peacefully and soundly, knowing that his family will go on to try and be better, to make this world a better place, and that he can enjoy the eternity that awaits him. And with that, gentle repose. The touch of the corpse or other remains. For the duration, the target is protected from the decay and cannot become undead. The spell also effectively extends the time limit on raising the dead for the target, or raising the target from the dead. Since days spent under the influence of this don't count against your time, against the time limit for such spells as raise dead. And I will then begin to close the coffin, and he should be able to take your father to ground now. Thank you for allowing me this.
Thank you.
We will begin on our travels tomorrow morning.
That sounds wonderful. She kind of nods. Yeah, we'll just kind of hang out. Byrne, Ozal, or Taurus, anything else you'd like to ask of Ismark or Irina?
I just need to rest.
You can. It's a little gauche, but yeah.
No, she's obviously mourning. Burn will bide his time.
All right. I mean, you got all that road time, and there's only so many tents.
May I offer you an egg in this trying time?
We can play the romance angle if that's what you want to do. I'm down. All right. With that, we will change tabs. Feel free to pick your room. The entire upstairs should be available to you. I don't think there's any hard lines in here. Let me double check. So, for those of you listening on audio, it is a 2-story mansion. Kind of stone walls, stone floors, wood accents. The upstairs room has a master suite containing a bathroom attached to it, and a study, which of course is going to be Ismark's, located at the south. There are 2 bedrooms at the top of the stairs that have 2 beds in it. There is an adjoining kind of den area with a fireplace, and then another larger bedroom, which is Irina's, that has a bathroom attached to it. Irina says that she'll forego and kind of hang out either in Ismark's room or downstairs to help make you guys more comfortable. They begin to draw hot water for your baths. For any of you who'd like to bathe and rest, and you have some downtime.
Well,
Splash.
Cody, I'm
pulled
gonna
out.
use my trance.
Of course. Yeah, go ahead, James.
Go into the
Are
Elven
you
trance.
taking it in the office?
I'm just gonna sit in this chair in front of this fireplace. I guess it is, or
Okay. Perfect.
I will
Burns
take my
crush
extended
now.
rest in this room as well. I'll pull out my my sleeping roll and blanket and lay on the floor.
Perfect.
I will bathe, and then take
Yeah.
take rest.
Same.
Is there anything? Are you gonna bathe with Ozol?
Who's gonna wash his back? Just kidding.
No,
I mean,
not
you guys are
with
tight.
him.
It's not weird, unless you make it weird.
No, I'll
No.
bathe, and then he can bathe.
All right.
No, I gotta bathe first.
No, I bathe first. I said it first.
I gotta use all the hot water.
Give me a either athletics check or a dexterity check to see who of the two of you makes it to the bathroom first. Ozol with a
Mine's
15.
a 15.
You pull up your old man robe skirts and just track star your way in the bathroom, closing the door behind you.
Love
Do you
to see it.
gloat?
Maybe next time, Burn.
He's a runner. He's a track star.
Right?
But once I'm
love it.
done, I'll cast Prestidigitation to unsoil the bath and to make the water feel warm.
That's awesome.
Because that's what heroes do.
That is what heroes do. Look at you. 10 points for roleplay for you, sir.
Hey, there we go. I've left it better than I found it, Burn.
Sweet.
Goddamn.
Being that we have some downtime, do any of you want to talk about or look at any of your Halloween items that were given out by the special guest? I guess we can.
I'd like to
I mean,
attune mine.
Yes. So Stolas, you, where are you doing this? Because it is a spear, right? Are you doing this in the bedroom? There's kind of more of a common like foyer area down here that maybe would be more suited. There's like even like a target over here.
Cool, yeah. A nice open space sounds good to me.
Cody, can we turn all the light on in this area? Because it's super dark.
Yeah. Sorry. I put dynamic lighting in, and I probably should not have on this level, huh?
Probably not. It's okay.
We're gonna turn daylight mode on and dynamic lighting off. Save changes.
There we go. Just because I assume this is a well-lit home, so...
It is. All right, yeah, Stolas, you begin to kind of work your way through this routine that you do with the spear. It passed down from Aarakocra to Aarakocra. Everyone in your culture learns how to use a martial weapon for hunting, whether it's a bow, whether it's a spear. You know, you're a very driven people, especially when it comes to being, aerial predators. As you kind of swoop and dive and swirl and twirl, you turn to the target, and you can feel this eldritch power building as you bond with this spear itself. You now have access to your powers. You lean back to make the javelin throw, and then you feel it unlock. You create a small rift in space as you throw the spear towards the target. It disappears from this plane of reality and appears a couple feet right before the target, striking it as the whole spear teleports across the room and sticks into the hay bale.
This is a
Now, how
fine weapon.
Yes. On top of that, I have kind of outlined all of the powers. If you want to share with the group or our listeners, feel free to do so. But that's kind of up to you.
Yeah, sure. The one on the handout?
You can share as much or as little as you would be willing to like to.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun to share. This is actually pretty cool. All right, so Riftbreaker. Once per day, without using a spell slot, you can cast Misty Step, and I don't know what that is actually. Misty Step. So if you can explain that, that'd be great.
30-foot teleportation.
Very cool. 5 times per day, you can use an action to make an attack called Rift Strike, in which you can create a momentarily pierce the veil between dimensions, creating 2 connecting rifts in the air, just big enough for the spear to pass through. As well as there's a ability to use an escape portal, which is pretty sweet. I won't elaborate on that one more, but
Oh, oops.
It's okay. I shared the handout so people could see it. But yes, basically you can make a strike with the spear from up to 60 feet away, whether you're flying or not, and it can be a one-handed or a two-handed strike, or you can throw it and double the distance thrown with the teleportability, which takes up one of the rift strikes. It's also a +1 spear, and you can use Misty Step once per day out of the spear. As well as an escape. Yeah.
Can I look at the clock, or the watch rather, that I was given first? I'm gonna look at both, but
Yes.
I want to look at the watch first.
Did I share the handout for that with you? I don't think I did.
You did not.
Okay. It should be shared with you now.
Yep. So this is the watch I was given by the Ozal Council, and I'm gonna wind. I guess is that the crown there at the top?
Yeah. Do you want me to describe it?
Yeah, let's describe it for the audio people.
Of course, yeah. So there is a larger brass pocket watch that has no chain attached to it. And as you kind of turn it over in your hands, on the front, there's this stylized infinity symbol that kind of winds in the typical path of an infinity symbol, but branches off periodically, kind of creating this stylized scroll work across the front. As you click the top piece open to see the watch itself, the watch currently is not moving. Both hands are at 12. It's all in Roman numerals with glass, with all the brass accents. Inscribed on the inside, you can see the chronomancy symbol for the School of Chronomancy itself. You also can see the symbol for the Council of Ozal, which I'm actually going to let you design on your own if you'd like, since it's kind of your character. So however you want that to look, I'll give you some time on that. And then you kind of spend your time going through it. If you want to, feel free to cast Identify on this item. This one is not locked out like the ring is.
Okay.
If you would like. So we could just, if that's something you want to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Identify as a ritual, and Identify is you choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it is a magic item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them. Whether it requires attunement to use and how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by you, by a spell, you learn which spell created it. If you instead touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it.
Yes. You cast Identify, and as you're holding it, you hear the voice inside the crystal speak to you. This item was created by the Council of Ozal. Chronomancy at its highest. Winding the watch will help you attune to it. It needs to be wound once per day. Upon attuning to this item, if you die, you will be brought back to life in 2 days, at the cost of your wisdom. 2 points of wisdom if you are raised by the watch itself, or 1 point if you are raised by an exterior source. If your wisdom score drops below 8, you go mad. This is a tether, not only for the Council of Ozal, but for all Ozals. It is a gift and symbol of status of your chronomancy. On top of that, you now have the benefit of having time dilation. As long as the watch is wound once per day, you can add your intelligence bonus to your initiative rolls in combat. And kind of as you're playing with it and using Identify, Burn, who has kind of gotten into the bed across from you, ruffling the sheets, as you're winding it, there's almost this ripple effect in time where everything around you stops. You look at the flames on the walls, and as this ripple goes out, the flames from the torch stop for a brief second. Burn, as he's kind of fiddling with his armor, taking it off for bed, stops for a second as this kind of ripple effect happens.
Wow. And this is always I can add intelligence bonus to initiative rolls?
Yep, and I've already added it to your character sheet.
Oh, I was just about to say. So when I roll initiative, will it automatically calculate as such?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Wow. Look at you doing the pre-show work. Love that.
Hey, man, trying to.
And then lastly, I will look at the ring that Strahd gave me, and I think we have a little card I can pull up to show the chat the ring.
Yes, it should be under. Yep, right there.
Yep, and this handout says a golden ring marked in several different languages. Its magic power is evident when you hold it yet undetectable. Placing it upon your finger, the runes around the ruby shift to spell the word human, then fade to other writings and languages. The ruby glows when placed upon your finger. You think pressing the central gem while wearing it will activate whatever magic it holds. And I'm super curious about this, so I'm going to put it on.
Okay. Do you accept any and all consequences that may or may not happen from the here forth?
I mean, I really don't, but I'm going to put it on because you refuse to tell me what it does, so it's been bothering me for 2 weeks, so sure,
Cool.
let's put it on.
Let's pause the stream. Welcome, viewers. I'm going to share my screen. Ozal, can you see my
God
screen?
damn it, Zach. God damn it, Zach.
We are going to an external link.
Oh,
This
wow.
ring changes your race.
What?
So, it does say something here. Let me, before I go too far on that.
Oh, actually,
Oh,
this
I
is
hope-
pretty cool. Let's do this.
I hope you turn into a half orc or something.
Oh,
Oh,
dude, I get to
goodness.
draw whatever happens right now.
This is
So-
going to be fantastic.
As you place it on there, the languages light up and you hit the central button. The ring itself has like sharp teeth that shoot into your finger as the ring takes hold on your body as you cry out in pain. The magic around you, you begin to glow white as your form shifts and you hear the voice of Strahd. Oh, Phineas. Every time we have met, you have worn that human face. I know the Council of Ozals can be reincarnated in different forms. I've met several of your kind, all of which choose to be human. I will now free you. So, here I have put 30-something races from D&D on the right. Basically how this works is because you chose variant human, you got a feat and a +2. I'm going to be a nice DM and let you keep your feet. I won't retcon that. But any other stat changes that happen will change after doing this. So, are you ready?
I guess. I'm not loving
Let's
this.
spin the
already.
wheel. Sick.
Can we do the first 3 spins?
Half orc.
Yes, I'll give you that. I'll let you pick out of the first three.
Nice.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh.
That's better. Let's out of 3 spins. So half orc.
We
Half
half orc.
I wanted you to be half orc so bad.
Come on,
Goblin.
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 Okay.
Okay. Tell me, what's a half orc? What's the other half?
Half human.
Typically human. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Whatever you were before.
The wheel stops. Oh,
Can it
there
be
you go.
half orc and half?
The Yanti pureblood.
What's a Yanti pre-blood?
What's that? Yeah.
So it's supposed to be pure. I mistyped that. So you have one of 3 races that you can choose from. The Yanti pureblood are like snake people. So let me pull up.
Now, just so I don't
You gotta
slow the
be-
flow of the game too much, can you tell me what the different racial bonuses is? Like,
Lizard folk, kind of
Yeah,
like that.
Look at that.
that's not
The
what
different racial
picture
bonuses.
that I have looks like.
Pick that one.
It looks like a normal person on this one.
Yeah, they kind of are like shapeshifters. Lizard folk. That's ironic.
Is that every race in the game in this little chart?
No, that's about 90% of the races, and then there's sub races. So at the end of the game, the way that I have it written is when it will take hold, when you actually officially take your second long rest of the day. I anticipated you guys taking a rest today. The transformation will slowly kind of creep into there. So you can pick one of these 3 races that I will message you over Discord, and then you can pick whatever sub race is there as well of your choice.
Is this
Wait,
like
what's
a
a
permanent thing,
sub-race?
or-
So a subrace is when you choose like elf. You have a couple different options. You can be a half elf. You can be a wood elf, a dark elf. High elf. There are exactly. There are different subgenres of that race. Being human, the only like 3 races you can be is a variant human, one of the story specific humans. So each like if you're playing like the Cholt adventure for Tomb of Annihilation, you can choose a background that aligns with Cholt. This one, if you're human here, there's like storied family races that you can choose that are all human but have a tie back to Barovia. And those would be sub-race categories. So, yeah.
Is this a curse?
It is, in fact, a curse. I will tell you this. There is a way to cure it, but
Okay,
only
good,
after a
'cause
month of holding the curse.
I hate everything about this. I'm not gonna lie.
That's okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
This is
You
the best
feel...
day of my life.
I love it. I love it. It's so great.
I mean, there was a lot of cool races on that list. I would have rather had than this. I'll tell you that much.
I left it up to chance. I didn't want to play
did.
favorites.
What are you gonna pick?
Well, I gotta read what they do because they're all totally
Because
different.
I want to draw it and I need to know.
Yeah, we could talk about that at the end of stream. But yeah, you hear Ozal scream as he puts the ring on, and you hear the laughing echo of Strahd's voice echo throughout the house as the ring is now permanently affixed to your finger, Zach. Each of your 3 fingers represents, as of right now, one's kind of scaly and has a sharp talon for the Yonti pure blood. The other is kind of thick and meaty, like the orc, and kind of has changed to a darker, greener tone of skin.
Ew.
And the other is goblin-esque and small, which would be your pinky finger.
Sweet.
So,
Well, having heard that, I'm gonna rush upstairs and check on what's going on. What just happened?
I don't know. He just started screaming.
One of us has a great gift from Strahd, and one of us does not.
I haven't
I
even
believe
looked
my
at mine.
body may be changing from this ring that he gave me.
Do you feel it?
And I show Stolas my hand.
you see 3 different fingers different from his hand.
I retch.
This is a good segue into your item, Burn.
I don't even remember what I got. Now I'm scared of it.
That's okay. Let me...
It was
share
an
it
endless
then.
flagon of beer.
Do you need a drink, Burn? I don't want to make you do anything, but it's a good segue if you'd like to use it.
A beautiful yet simple flagon made of hard, dark spice wood. It would be hard to break, and it will never spill. Wow. When you drink from the flagon, it draws upon your memories of every alcoholic beverage you've ever had, causing the taste of this magic drink to be the best ale you could ever have. But this comes at a cost. Never again will any other drink taste as good as this ale. Once you finish a flagon, all you have to do is tip it upside down, then right side up, and it will refill all the way from the top, foam and all. Because of its magic nature, it will taste different for everyone. Some will taste wine or beer, some ale. What about some mead? Foreign imported liquor. Oh, there it is. Others mead or even cider. Let's see. What? Oh, I'm on the wrong page.
That's okay.
It has limitless flavor potential. That's cool. Some people will even swear it was coldest ale they've ever had. Yet others disagree that it was hearty warm. It can't be bottled because it can't be spilled. Okay. After drinking, make a DC 15 save to see if you're drunk. I mean, that's pretty cool. That doesn't sound like it's bad. And you know, we're we're long resting right now. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna drink some.
Yeah, describe to me what your perfect beverage tastes like, Burn.
Oh man, root beer.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Like a nice cold root beer.
Like one of those, like when you go to the store and you buy like the microbrew root beer, like the really special kind that are really expensive.
Yeah, not your dad's root beer or something like
Not
that.
Barks.
No, it's
Yeah.
actually a brand. It's called Not Your Dad's Root Beer.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
it's
way cool. I didn't
It's
know that.
alcoholic and it's really good.
I believe you. Yeah, you take a long pull, foam and all, as it kind of gives you the mustache, and it is the single best flavor of drink you have ever had.
Nice.
Give me a DC 15 Constitution saving throw.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Constitution saving throws are right here.
20. Oh, yeah. Fucking, this has nothing on you. There's no alcohol in here. Feel free to make as many of those rolls as you would like for as many as you are drinking. You are long resting, so it won't super affect you throughout the day. Yeah.
Cool.
Who's
just the one,
next?
that's
So we have the three of you in this room. Taurus, do we want to talk about yours? Or do you want to keep yours secret? Or what? How would you like to proceed?
I just got a little brand. I give it a scratch, pull the collar up over it. I think we'll discuss it right now.
All right. Let me share to everyone. So while you were being choked by Strahd and he was giving you some information about your backstory, kind of whispered it into your ear, you felt this cold energy that burned as he branded you with the symbol of Ravenloft itself upon kind of the lower part of your left side of your neck. Perfect. In doing so, it has done a couple things. It has changed you permanently. It counts as technically the variant rules for a hideous scar or a grievous wound. So it gives you a +1 to intimidation and deception, but a -1 to persuasion. You
Do I have
also
to change that on my character card?
Nope, already ahead of you, bud. I did all that before stream.
Beautiful. Thank you.
You also have this other ethereal sense for thieves. So other people who have been marked or who Strahd is aware of as being branded as a thief within his, because he has spies everywhere that vary from, birds to mice to rats to bats. He's very well informed as the Dreadlord of this entire Barovia. Not even just Barovia, the entirety of Ravenloft. You have gained an otherworldly sense and can essentially ask me to help you find these people through roleplay to help build your Thieves Guild. The negative side of it is that you have been marked by the Dark Lord. So those people who are staunchly against him might be a little bit more hostile to you if they see it. It can be hidden with like a scarf or armor, that kind of thing.
Right.
So, but the flip side of that is you might be able to use it to your advantage.
That is correct, sir. I appreciate the mark, actually.
Yeah.
But I definitely keep it covered. I don't want anybody getting the drop on me.
Of course. And in fact, the rest of the group probably doesn't know that you have it, to be honest with you. What about you, Marius?
Marius is fast asleep at this point.
Oh.
Trying to recover my wounds.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to wait for another long rest to see what happens with that one then. Okay. Feel free to take your long rest. The night passes quietly, surprisingly. The calm before the storm, as they say. Feel free to refill your hit points, get back half your hit dice that you've used, refill any of those, like Lay on Hands, your Rift Breaker, portent rolls need to be made, stuff like that. It is a new day as dawn begins to break.
I'm going to roll portent 2d20,
Okay.
15 and 20, nat 20.
Ooh, baby. Those are some sweet rolls there.
Thank you. I need them.
All right. We're all good. Stolas, don't forget to heal your hit points.
Cody, real quick.
Okay, wait. I thought we were
On
long
the-
resting.
You are.
Cody, on the Yanti Pureblood, half of the images have legs and half don't. So which is it?
We'll talk about it after the stream, Bubba.
Oh, well, I'm working on my new artwork.
Oh. Well, I actually don't know off the top of my head, if you want to know my honest answer. I would go.
The purebloods are more humanoid looking, I believe, but
That's hilarious.
That's fucking sick. I kind of love it. If you want to be a full Yanti person, I would allow that. That's kind of.
I don't know
That's
if
kind
there's
of dope.
any. I don't know. It looks funny to me.
Dude, I could throw you into crowds of people and you could like
Slytherin.
grab around their neck. Yeah, dude, a little sneaky little snake.
All right, well, while we're thinking, I'm still
Okay,
thinking of.
so
that's
my
what I'm
hit-
gonna go with.
My hit dice, I only get half back, even on a long
You get
rest
half
thing?
back on a long rest. Yep. So that's the quote unquote negative to using all of your hit dice in one day, is you only regain half after a long rest.
Okay. And then over here on my character sheet, my divine sense is down to 3. Does that go back to 4?
That goes back to full.
Okay. And my lay on hands, is it supposed to stay at 0 up to 20, or do I go 20 down to 0?
So it's a pool. You have 20 points that you may use however you so choose. 5 of which can use to cure a, I think it's a poison or a disease. Or you can divvy them out in hit points. Oh, and from last session, we ended up kind of learning the death mechanics of the game. Very important. So, you can even walk up to one person, and if they're failing death saves, as long as you heal them 1 point, they're back up. Technically, not standing up, but they're alive, and they don't have to make death rolls.
Okay, cool.
Zach, will you move to the right, please?
Yep.
So should I put my lay on hands up to 20 or stay at 0?
It would be up to 20.
Okay. And then as I use them, I tick them off.
Correct.
Okay. Just making sure I get
And
my
you
character.
have to touch a person, and you can use as many or as few per turn as you would like.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or housekeeping to take care of before we move on with our story?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm good.
I'm ready.
Breakfast is served. You have leftover ham, kind of from this ham shank. A couple eggs, some toast. No avocados, sorry. And they clean up after dinner, bring in the corpse of Colian into the waiting area, and wait for you to descend. As you descend, Irina says, "Let's go to the church."
Irina, I didn't ask this of you last night, but are you proficient in any fighting? Can you defend yourself?
Of course I can defend myself, she says back to you hotly. She gestures to the longsword on her waist.
Are
You think that I am some helpless little girl from the village who does not know how to fight?
No, I just merely
sorry.
wish to
It's a
know if
rapier.
you're. I just merely wish to know if you're able to defend yourself. Are you any good with the bow?
Does a 20 hit your armor class?
It does. Is she
She,
striking me from the distance?
She whips her sword out and it stops right before your face. And you can see that she's drawn a line across your shield and stopping at your eye. And she says, "If I wanted to draw blood, I could." And she sheathes her weapon.
I nudge Marius with my elbow as my kind of woman.
She blushes.
Well then, good to know. But you still did not answer my question. Are you any good with the bow?
I'm not great.
Okay. Well then, let's be on our way then.
Okay. Ismark grabs one side of the coffin, and then kind of looks at you, Byrne, and he's like, "Would you like to carry my father, or should we carry with 4 of us?"
I will do it. I just grab the whole thing and throw it over my shoulder.
Yeah. It's, yeah. I'm just gonna say yes. I'm not gonna make you roll for it. You're Goliath. And we head back. Oh, go ahead, Marius.
I was going to say, be careful with the man, Don. Burn. We don't need him being jostled.
Let me grab your characters
It's not like
here
he's
and-
gonna feel it.
Is that what you say? I love it.
Well, I don't say it out loud so everyone can hear it. I just say it to Marius.
And you guys walk through the town. There's a small... I mean, you guys essentially are the funeral procession, as you can see some of the town villagers cleaning up pumpkins, pulling the dead into piles in the road and burning them. Just kind of general rebuilding to the best they can after this siege as you arrive to the church.
I will walk through the doors and try and see if I can find Father Donovich.
There is no trace of him. It's still just as trashed as it was, unfortunately.
I will try and open any of these doors that we have not been in. Do I find him sleeping? Hello, Father Donovich, are you here?
Yeah, you walk through the church, you do a full sweep, you can see his bedroom, his office, the cellar door's still open from where you guys descended into the basement. The bones of the child that have been purified are still on the ground. And I'll put a little box down for that. But from the best you can tell, there is no one here.
Strange. The man has left his temple without taking his child's bones.
We've only been gone, what, a day and a half? Where could he possibly go?
It's a small village. Does Ismark, does Father Donovich have another place that he sleeps when he's not here at the temple?
Yeah, Ismark and Irina kind of do a walkthrough with you.
Stolas,
Ismark
you and I walked out at the last... Did you see him go anywhere?
No, he simply knelt by the bones of his son and wept.
Weird.
Stolas, make a deception roll.
How could you?
I'm sorry, you are blatantly lying to the group.
Okay, let's see. Let me, where is that? There you are.
I'll give you advantage because you know these people well. We'll take your standard roll for Ismark and Irina. Yeah, a 21. Holy crap. Yeah.
Marius rolled a 12 for his insight.
Let me pull up Irina and Ismark on this page. Irina Koliana is going to roll Wisdom. She's got a 15. And Ismark is going to roll. Come on, Ismark. Load your player sheet. Oh, it's right here. Duh. Ismark's Wisdom's not great. He got a 14. So they believe you. I don't know where Father Donovich would go. This is his home. This is his place where he comes to rest. This is his temple. It's strange he is not here, and there's still... You said the bones of his child? And he, turns back and looks towards you, Byrne. Explain this. What have you done to him?
I was the one who said this.
Oh, sorry.
Well, Ismark, last we were here, and we came to see the temple yesterday morning prior to coming to your estate. Because a few of our friends here was curious about this place. When we walked into this place, we found it destroyed like it is here, and heard someone screaming from down below. At which point we asked Father Donovich about what was going on. And from there, Taurus there went and found the trap door. Taurus, do you care to tell us what you found?
I found a bunch of stuff down there. Stuff we didn't like. In fact, I didn't like it so much that I've forgotten what it was.
Now, come on, that's not being very helpful.
It was his vampire son.
Yes.
Corpses of people he'd killed.
These
Basically,
How did you
all
forget
of the
that?
evidence. I was just kidding. I want to see if people would have a little laugh. Come on, Stolas, lighten up. I found all these people that you've killed. I found your son down there, who was killing everybody that you hid down there, and we've had enough. We've had enough of him, and that's why we killed him. As far as I'm concerned, you should be killed next.
Yeah, he looks around the room and he can see. Wait, are you talking that Ismark should die next? Because Father Donovich is gone. If that's what you're saying.
No, I meant we should have killed the father. Yeah, the father. Yeah, we should have killed that guy.
Yeah, he looks around the room at the couple other priests' bodies that kind of have been piled up in one corner. And he's like, yes, it is certainly a mess. It is not how I remember this place being, but... Where's your boy?
We left Father Donovich here after we went down into the basement. His boy, Doru, had been transformed into a creature of the night. He mentioned something about him going off on some raid some time ago. And we went down and discovered all of the damage and the people that he had hurt. And put him to rest. I then cast the same spell that I cast on your father to make him rest at ease. And we brought his what remained of his body up here, those bones there. When we left, Father Donovich was just a weeping heap. Maybe he has gone off and decided to leave the temple since his boy is gone, and there's not much for him here. Maybe this place could be rebuilt. Is there any other priests here in the village? Anyone else that worships?
Not that I am aware of. This place was once regarded in high regard by our people, and for the last few years it seems to have gone downhill with the different attacks and the cursings and all the other things that have happened here. We could just burn it to the ground.
No, I think everyone deserves a place
That's
to
what I
rest.
said. We should burn it to the ground. That's what I said. Nobody wanted to do it.
We can find a way to repurpose it, but we do not have time. We need to get Irina on the road. Irina, can we bury your father out back and say our words? Perhaps the paladin and the cleric can lay him to rest. Irina looks at you and she just kind of like is holding both of her fists tight angrily, and she says, "Fine." So, yeah.
It doesn't look like there's a door on this side. Looks like there's a gate off to the right side of the temple
Yep.
that we
think
could
it's kinda-
potentially use as a way to get into the cemetery.
Correct. Yeah, you guys kind of go back. I don't really have a map for the cemetery. What I could do, actually, is I could do the Barovian map. Copy. Village of Barovia. There we go. And I will just drop y'all right here. Boop. Oh, goodness, you were very big. But it serves our purpose well. Yeah. And they kind of find the lineage of the different burgomasters of the family and get to one of his mausoleums. And they open the gate, rusted as it is, pulling it open, and lay his body to rest in one of the mausoleums in the coffin they have created. Would you like to say some words, Marius or Dean? Burn?
I didn't know this man. But Bahamut will guide him into his final resting place. May his memory be a blessing.
Thank you? I do not know this Bahamut, but thank you. Irina
He's
says.
awesome.
Point to your holy symbol, your sword. Dragon God.
Yeah, he's a dragon, so it's pretty cool.
I've never seen a dragon. Yeah. Ismark will take some dirt from the ground and just set it on top of the coffin. And he says, "Goodbye, Father." And he turns and walks away. Marius?
I will say the same prayer that I said before, the night prayer. The Night Mother will watch over him and guide his children unto a better place, and he can rest eternally here in this keep, safe of wrought worry or burden from this plane, and live peacefully on his next eternity. But I think it is time we go and get Trundle and make our way on the road. We have quite the journey ahead of us.
Aye. That you do. Okay, with that, he has been laid to rest. Your duty is done. They lock back the gates of both the cemetery and the mausoleum. Ismark will pull the doors to the church shut, pull out his quill and pen and a dagger, and just stab it into the door. This is church closed. In search of fathers? Question mark. And then it says, "Please see Burgermaster." Yeah.
Ismark, I believe that faith is important, and having a place for people to go and worship is and a place of solace brings hope, uplifts them. I'd like to give you some funds to help rebuild the church and maybe place a small area there for them to go and pray to the Night Mother. Can I give you some of my coins and help fund the rebuilding of this place?
Are you like stretching your hand out with the gold in it towards him?
I've got a sack prepared.
He like gently pushes your hand down and he says, "I tell you what, Marius, you are a man of great faith and a person I am beginning to trust. The church is yours if you help me get Irina safely back to Volaki. You may send yourself or other clerics of the Night Mother, and you may found your first church here, should we return safely. Deal?"
Oh, are you planning on joining us on this journey? I thought there was just Irina.
I will go with you as far as I can.
Marius,
There's not much left for here.
can I give you some advice?
Sure,
It's free
bro.
It's free real estate.
They're not making more of it.
I mean, I will take you up on this offer, but I cannot stay here. The Night Mother calls me to be on the road and guide these people. We are actually planning on going to speak to Madame Eva along the way. But Ismark, if there is no one else to lead this village, should you really be leaving?
I will go part way with you. I will at least see Irina safe to Tier's Pool, and then I will return.
By yourself?
He looks at you and he says, "Are you so worried that the town will lose another burgomaster? Eh?"
You're so insistent on Irina traveling with the group, and yet you volunteered to travel on your own.
Strahd is not hunting me. I simply am a figurehead in his greater plan. But I will put scouts on alert. Have them keep an eye out for me on my return.
Okay, then let us go and get Grundle and be on our way.
Sounds good. And with that, you guys go to the inn. Is there anything here you guys would like to do at the end other than grab Trundle?
I will check out and speak with my sisters.
Of course,
I'm
yeah.
good. I'm good. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I'm ready to
They
go also.
are grooming Trundle, taking care of him, kind of giving him his daily food and water according to what you've paid. One of them is making bread. The other is, fetching supplies from wagons. They have cleared a pile of bodies, kind of off to one side of the inn, of the pumpkin heads that have attacked them. And they say, "Ah, brother, welcome. Are you headed off to Tier's Pool?"
Yes, sisters, it is time for us to be going. Thank you so much for your hospitality. We will be hitting the road now. If we could retrieve Trundle and the wagon, we will be on our way.
I'm loading in, Zach. I gotta put you guys on the board. Yeah. They say, of course. Is there anything we can do for you on your way?
No, unfortunately not, but thank you so much again for your hospitality and helping us when we first got to town and providing us with room and board. It will not be
course.
forgotten.
Tell Madame Eva hello for us and that we send our blessing.
I will. I will tell them. Thank you.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Perfect. Ozol or anyone else?
Nope. I'm good.
Just take your hands off my ass and let me get to
I'm
work.
good.
All right. Yeah, you guys load up Trundle. Ismark and Irina come up. They have returned back to the Burgomaster's Manor to kind of close up and grab their own horses. And they meet you back at the inn by the time you guys are ready to go. And we head out on our journey. The greatest adventure. Nah, that's Lord of the Rings. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's beautiful.
All right.
It's not letting me pop out
Okay.
my thing anymore. The
Your
player
character sheet?
tab. Yeah, how do I reset that?
Do you have it zoomed somewhere?
Nope. I mean, I'm on the map.
Okay.
I'm gonna load back
go to player. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Technical difficulties, of course, but of course we are happy to be using Roll20 for all of your virtual tabletop needs. We're trying to get sponsored, so thank you to Roll20 out there. Marius, or no, let's see, Tyrus and Stolas. Roll me D100s.
There we go.
1 second. Okay. $79. 100.
Whoa. Nat
Holy
100.
shit.
Nat Hundo.
Holy cow.
Nice.
There's only a few times I've seen that, actually. Let's go here. I am putting together a random encounter sheet here, so bear with me as I pull some things onto the map. Perfect. Stolas, roll me D100s again.
Yeah, sure.
And,
Just one?
Yep, just one more time. And let me know what you got when you get there.
Oh, I got a
44.
44, yeah.
Perfect. So it is currently raining in Barovia, as it so often does, as you travel down the road. Of course, you guys are headed down the old Slavic road. Headed kind of northwest, or sorry, southwest towards the road. And you guys can move 5 hexes a day. You cross the river Illis, and as you are going, in the middle of the road, you catch something shiny, Stolas. Kind of right there in front of you. You find on a 44. Do you pick up this item that kind of is gleaming at you? Or you can give me perception if you don't want to pick it up.
Yeah, I wanna use perception just because I don't want it to I don't know, like snap my fingers off if it's like a bear
course.
trap. Let's see.
So
Where's my little puck?
as you keep
here?
an eye out on the road, you can see this indentation in the ground. And feel free to just roll it whenever, and I'll keep rolling here with your passive. Perfect. 20. That's awesome. You can make out what looks like a shiny button on a doll that's laying in the middle of the road. It's this old doll, kind of dressed in a black cape with a red backing. It has fine red shirt and black pants, a silver pauldron, and has a little sword on it. You see that it's a doll made of Strahd himself. It's missing an eye and a hand, and it's wet. But you have found a trinket.
Cool.
Other than that,
I love
you
trinkets.
Guys,
Absolutely
yeah.
love them. So
What'd I
Stolas is
find?
very happy about it.
what did you find? So, I guess to explain a little more, what we're doing is I have made a random encounter table. Stolas, since you rolled 100, the item that you have picked up for this tab was to find a trinket on the ground for this encounter.
Cool.
Day kind of passes. You're able to move, 5 more hexes towards where you're trying to go on the first day. You think it's going to take you a couple days to get to Tears Pool. But yeah, so you pick it up and you put it in your bag.
I'd like to see if there's a way to. I mean, how big is this thing? First of all.
It's, like 6 scale action figure sized.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll put it in my bag for now.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. So you guys are 3 days from Tears Pool Glade, where you guys are trying to get. As you cross the road, over the river, you find the trinket. That's the first kind of half of your day. The second half of your day, James, as we'll keep it the same map. This is kind of our roadmap for the day. You're able to spy as the sun begins to set and the mists kind of begin to roll in. You can hear a commotion in front of you. You hear yelling and then some sort of ethereal noise that's not quite human. Go ahead for the group. Give me a perception check. You're able to warn Burn that your elven ears have picked something up.
Okay, 1 second. That perception. $18.
Perfect. You see a battle happening in front of you. What looks like these horrible, horrible tree-like creatures seem to be attacking some other people on the road, kind of headed towards you. Can I show to players? They are twig blights. And they are led by this horribly grotesque druid. Go ahead and roll initiative. You have some time to either engage with them because they are currently engaged in combat against one another, or you can try and stealth around and get away.
I'm going into stealth mode.
Okay.
I'll pull up my hood. Where's my stealth?
We have 15, 7 for Stolas and Marius. And then I rolled an 8. Terrace rolled a 22 for stealth.
Nice. That's all great. Sorry, I'm rolling initiatives here. I have 18 for Ismark, 7 for Irina.
Oh,
Or
I
if you want to
need
read
to roll-
Mopzak, actually, that's super helpful.
Sorry, I didn't know I was supposed to roll initiative. Hold on.
Damn it. I didn't have my thing clicked. Sorry.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
Stolas
yeah.
had that happen also.
Thank you for saying that.
Okay.
Yep.
That way.
There we
Wait,
go.
where's my guy? Where's Burn?
He should be in the front.
You're in
where
the
Trundle's
center,
at.
you're the yellow
Yellow.
Is this our first day on the road or our second day on the road?
This is your first day on the road.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think we still need Stolas' initiative.
should-
Yeah, I rolled it. 15.2.
I think you have to double click your character before you roll.
Your token has to be selected, remember? So you have to click your token first,
Just click
then
the token.
then roll the initiative.
Yeah, I mean, it has my name on it. I don't know why it didn't take it.
It's not in the table.
Yep. So make sure you highlight your token first. You'll click on it, and then you'll click into your character sheet. And I can do it here for you if you want. And what was your first roll, if I may ask?
I think Stolas got the same roll both times, so
13?
15.14.
Okay.
It's a 13
Let me adjust
plus,
that.
yeah. That was fortunate.
That was weird. More like.
Perfect. All right. Let me hit descending order here as we head into combat.
I take it we're getting off the cart.
That can be your first move. You can see in the distance these figures as they are attacking each other. One of the larger creatures towards the farthest and most north from you walks up and is going to swing at one of these twig blights.
Can we set the scene? Is it dark? Is it rainy?
It is. So it's raining outside on the road. First night on the road. It's headed into dusk as you hear the sounds of combat.
Gotcha.
The first creature to walk up to attack one of these needle blights misses. And Ismark looks to you, Burn, and he says, Burn, are we engaging with these foes, or what would you like me to do? They haven't seemed to have noticed us yet.
I'm always down for a good fight, but what say the rest of you?
What are these things that are on the road? They seem like some wooded creatures, and what are those other people on the other side that they're fighting them?
Go ahead and roll perception, or Ismark will roll perception to see what he can tell you. He kind of looks at you and he says, I don't know, I cannot tell from here. Those creatures in the middle, closest to us, look maybe like a twig blight, which is like an abomination made of trees and sticks and stones. I don't know.
Cody, is it possible for me as a wood elf to know a little bit more about them?
Yes, on your turn, you will more than likely be able to make a perception roll if you'd like. But since it's Ismark's turn, he just wants you to know what you want him to do. Are you engaging, Burn?
Okay.
No, I'm not going to engage yet.
Okay. Ismark will hold his action then. On the other side, you hear these just otherworldly cries as these shifting apparitions attack. You hear the twig bites scream in pain as two of them are just outright killed. You can hear some other human-esque creature just yell in pain and anger, seeing that their twig bites have gone down. Stolas!
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and have Stolas fly up about 60 feet,
Okay.
and I'm gonna move closer to get a better look at what's going on.
So are you, like, 60 feet at an angle?
I would say probably, toward closer towards where they are.
All right. So you can get, all the way to the center of the fray if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay. Go ahead and move yourself in anywhere in this kind of point.
Be about right here.
Perfect. And how high up are you, if I may ask?
I'll go 35 feet.
Okay, so 35 feet up and then 35 feet over. Or what? We're not going to overcomplicate it. We're just going to say you're 35 feet up.
Okay.
Flying. Okay. And what would you like to do? You can see now, as you look down, with your passive perception, you can make out what looks like some sort of warrior whose armor is rusted, holding a large two-handed sword, engaging these humanoid-looking tree figures covered in thorns and vines. Next to him, flanking out to his left and right, are two spectral warriors that are also engaging against these twig blights. You can also see right here in the middle of all of these twig blights, there's a druid. They're covered in mud. Their hair is a mess and tangled. They're holding a large, gnarled staff. They seem to be cut and bleeding from multiple places as it lets out just a battle cry. This, "Rah! Feast on them!" They say as they are pointing, seem to be commanding these twig blights to their duty. What would you like to do?
Is it clear exactly what is going on here? Because I'm not really sure who's.
Insight.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Because I can't tell like who the aggressor is in this situation.
Yeah.
Let's see. Insight. Sorry, this thing is glitching out very strangely.
That's okay. It happens sometimes with roll 20.
I can't move my character sheet.
I can
There we
roll it for
go.
you if you'd like, or
No, it's fine. I think it's finally going to behave.
that's a 14 for insight. You get the distinct impression. It's hard to tell who is engaged from the tracks of the footprints. What it looks like, you can see these kind of disturbances in the mud on the road. You can see the normal rag and ruts, but it looks like the heavy footprints of this armored warrior have been coming from the north. And there are two kind of disturbances where these creatures float in the mud coming from the north as well. The druid seems to be coming from the east, from where the woods are, more heavily wooded, with twig blights, and it looks like they have all kind of rushed from one side to these other creatures on the road. But you're not quite clear what the motive or what is going on here. These warriors seem to be dispatching what you would perceive as abominations.
Okay. If it's possible, I'd like to attack with my new spear.
Of course. And who are you attacking?
I'm going to attack the blight creature
Okay,
directly
closest
to my
you.
right.
Oh, this one right here.
Yeah, that one.
Okay. Go ahead
With
and roll
the
it.
two-handed throw.
Oh, you're throwing it, or are you stabbing?
Yeah, I'm throwing it because I'm in the air.
Okay. Just as a heads up, I don't know how many thrown weapons we've used in the game. If you do throw it, it does leave your hand. It does not teleport back to you. The teleportation is only the distance of the rift strike, or to make the throw longer. So you can do that. That is something you can do, and I'm not going to discourage you from doing that. But it does leave your hand.
Gotcha. I'll go ahead and throw it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll it. 14 to hit. 14 hits. And 5 damage. The creature reels in pain as it feels the spear enter it. It kind of sticks through its neck. And it takes that 5 points of damage.
Can we ping the one that stole us just hit? I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, of course. Here, what I'll do is it's technically bloodied right now, actually. Come on. There we go. Boop.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Stolas. Anything else? You used your main action. You have a bonus action left if you want to cast a spell that takes a bonus action.
No. I think I'll probably hang up here for a minute.
Okay, perfect. That goes to the druid's turn, who looks up, seeing you. They hiss in your direction, and being that you are a new challenger here, they're going to try and produce flame your way. That's a 9 to hit, which does not hit. This creates a ball of fire in her hand, and she hurls it past you wide. She's, trying to command these other creatures around her. She's engaged with this ghostly specter that seems to be attacking her, and is just kind of wildly attacking anything that she can. Dawnbringer.
That's me.
I'm gonna ride this wagon right into him. Trample the whole group.
That'll be fun. I don't want Trundle to get hurt, though.
That's fair.
Oh, let's, I'm gonna hop out here. Wait, how far can I go? I don't want to...
You can move 30 feet, or if you're dashing, you can move 60. So if I use the ruler tool here, you can go 30, which is about almost there. But if you use your whole action to dash, you can get pretty much to where Stolas is at, or all the way to this other side. You wouldn't be able to engage with them.
Let me go 30 feet and see if I can get some backup.
Okay. That'll put you right here. If you just move straight, or I can get you diagonal, wherever you want to go.
Straight is fine.
Okay. If you want to move, I'll hold the marker.
Oh, yeah. Oh, let me click my gun.
Boom.
There we go.
Nice. Anything else you'd like to do?
Can I get ready, smite?
Yeah, which smite are you wanting to prepare as a bonus action?
What are
You
these?
have a cup.
They're plants?
I tell you what, if you want to use your turn gathering information, I can tell you more.
Yeah, let me do that.
Okay, go ahead and roll perception, or arcana, or investigation, or history.
I rolled a 15.
Perfect. So on 15, here's what you can tell. Being that you are an observant combatant, a paladin, and a person who is used to being in combat, you believe that these creatures have what's called blind sight. That the eyes in their head maybe are merely either a mockery or more of a abominational affectation to promote its quote-unquote humanity. And they appear to be striking, but not looking at the creatures they're striking at, which is what leads you to believe that these creatures have blind sight. You can also tell from the druid who's screaming directions to them, trying to organize them in combat, that they seem to be taking commands from them and they don't really respond. They just kind of have a garbled that kind of comes out of their voice. So they cannot speak. They do look evil. They look evil to you, and they are mostly made of plants. Yes, they are a medium plant creature.
Okay.
Anything else you'd like to do?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. The twig blights will go. This one's going to move up. This one's going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, here. And they are each going to make 1, 2, 3, 4 attacks. Okay. And this one hit. These two over here to the right, the one that Stolas hit, and the one over here, are able to take purchase into this ghostly specter, dealing a fair amount of damage to it. Its corporeal form begins to wane and shift as it begins to unravel. The magic holding it unravels. You would think, both Stolas and you, being that you are the closest in combat, that it is bloodied. Okay, Taurus, that's your turn.
Okay. Do I have to use an action to see if I can tell? Sort of because I'm a wood elf. I think I gotta. I was trying to look at my character sheet about like wood stuff. I don't see anything.
I tell you what, because you're a wood elf.
Because I'm a wanderer. The wanderer.
Exactly. These creatures are, in fact, perversions of nature. They are plant abominations that have been created and twisted, almost kind of like how a dryad is bound to a tree, either for good or evil means in the Fae. These seem to be evil, nature-based creatures being controlled by this druid. And that's what I can give you based off of your passive sheet here, bud.
And who is this again?
Yeah, give me a full perception on that guy. Let's see. How far away are you? It is... Let me check something real quick. So being that he's in the thick of combat, you have a twig blight in front of him, you have a ghost that you're trying to look through, and another twig blight, and Stolas. It's raining and it's dark. Give me a perception check. I'm not going to make it at disadvantage, but we're just going to take whatever it lands on.
Okay.
$23. You can make out the shambling form of what looks like this. Where did my Phantom Warrior? Gosh dang it. He appears to be some sort of undead creature. Not quite sure what, but he is attacking these evil blights.
Okay. Right, let's see here. Now, I can move about... With my bonus action to dash, I can move about 70 feet, yeah?
Yep, because you have 35 feet of natural movement, which would put you, realistically, anywhere in this fray. Mm-hmm. This is 70 feet diagonal here, and that's past the point of combat. It's about 50 feet to get to any of these people.
Okay.
35 to Stolas if you wanted.
I'm actually going to stay a little back, but I'm going to actually move only about 20 feet forward like that. And then using my sharpshooter skills, I'm going to take a shot at this creature here.
Yeah, give it to me.
Now, that creature is flanked, yes?
Not quite. Stolas is flying, and currently he has an ally on the other side, so he is not being flanked, but the Phantom would be being flanked, if that makes sense.
Okay, yes. So I got to take... Oh, but I'm stealth, so I do get a sneak attack.
You get sneak attack and advantage. You were not the first to make it in combat, so you don't... Oh, you're not an assassin anyway, so it doesn't matter. But yes, you would get sneak attack.
Okay, so I'm using my sharpshooter skill.
Okay.
Longbow.
Whoo, critical hit! How would you like to kill this creature?
Well, I think the arrow goes right through the eye, shattering the face into splinters.
Perfect. Yes, and the magic that's holding it unravels the vines and thorns as it falls inert to the ground. It is now dead.
Amazing.
Good job. That's awesome.
I lick my fingers and point them in the air and go, "You're welcome."
Let me roll general perception here. The Phantom has spotted you, and this closest twig blight's gonna does not see you.
This one here.
Correct. And let's go to Revenant too. He does not see you. Okay, so the only person who has seen you of note is the Phantom, who is no longer
This
flanked.
guy. This one
Yes,
here.
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
He kind of just shoots a ghostly head as his head turns, abnormally towards you, and then back towards its primary target. Ozol.
Yo, I'm going to
Lizard boy.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay. So I want to clarify, Cody.
He's
Is
a
the
lizard
is
now.
the transformation done now, or is it in progress?
It is slowly taking progress. It takes 2 full days to take hold.
Okay. So I did choose the Yanti Pureblood. I guess just for
That's
your
awesome.
reference. Okay, so I'm gonna move 5, and then is it just 5 feet just to get down off the cart?
No, I'm not going to give you guys, because Tyrus rolled high enough to see these creatures engaged in combat. He was able to give you guys warning, and you were able to quietly dismount. And due to the
okay.
rain and the darkness, you guys, I'm assuming, have already gotten off the cart. So you just kind of start
Okay.
in the square of the cart and may move wherever you'd like.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I will cast Ice Knife. And I'm going to target this one.
Okay.
Okay, so I rolled a 13.
To hit.
Yes.
Okay, that hits.
Okay. So Ice Knife is you create a shard of ice and fling it at one creature within range and make a ranged spell attack against the target. On a hit, the target takes 1d10 piercing damage, which would be 9. Hit or miss, the shard then explodes. The target and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dexterity saving throw. So that would be the one to the left of it, the one beneath it, and the one to the right of it.
It already rolled the d10 of piercing damage, which you got a 5. And then the cold damage it does from the explosion was the 8.
Oh, I'm
Yep,
sorry.
I got you.
Yep.
You're good.
Thank you, Max.
Druid.
No problem.
Dex save. Okay, so the Revenant failed. One Needle Bite passed. The other Needle Bite failed. And the Druid passed.
Okay, so it would be 8 cold damage for whoever failed.
Okay. How do you kill this Phantom?
I tip my magic spear in its direction, and blue ice crystals go towards it and just kind of machine gun it, just and they all explode. So how many did I damage? I guess total.
2. You killed one and almost killed a second, the one that Dini hit with the spear.
Okay, cool.
So let me get this guy off the map here. Delete. And he is now bloodied. Or no, not bloodied, critical.
And these two made their saves.
Correct. And is there half damage if I make the save? Just out of curiosity? Or is it no damage?
The target each creature must succeed on Dex saving throw or take. Nope, there's no half damage.
Okay, so these two don't take any damage. The druid swings her head around to you and sees where the trail of these ice echoes come from and hisses in your direction.
I'm gonna move the snake on its turn behind the rock.
Perfect. Marius. Radari.
There's 2 Ozhalls on the map for some reason. I will,
Problem
thank you. I will take the reins for Trundle and kind of slowly trot her up along the ground here, or along the path. 5, 10 feet. I'll bring her up to 10 feet here. And from here, have we decided who we're helping or what we're doing here? These creatures are rather curious looking. I'll provide as a bonus action. I will cast Hex on this twig blight here, cursing it with foul energy, and it will have disadvantage on its strength checks. Can do this once per day. So I place a curse on a creature that I can see within range up to 90 feet. Until the spell ends, I deal an extra d6 necrotic damage to the target whenever you hit it with an attack. Also, choose one ability when you cast the spell. The target has disadvantage on ability checks made with the chosen ability, which is Strength. If the target drops to 0 hit points before the spell ends, I can use a bonus action on subsequent turns to curse a new creature. A remove curse cast on the target ends the spell early. And then from the distance, I will cast Sacred Flame.
Okay.
So it needs to make a dexterity DC 15 saving throw as divine light comes down to harm it.
Dexterity. 2. Critical failure.
It will take 2 radiant damage and 1 necrotic damage from the effect.
How would you like to kill this creature?
As the holy flame lights this creature up, it begins to crackle and burn, and then quickly turns to dust with a black smoke. That is all I can do.
Yeah, the twig light unravels. Dini, your spear ting, 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 clatters against the rocks.
Great, I was going to ask
Perfect.
about that.
Irina will move. Oh, Ismark forgot to take his turn. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. We'll come up with Ozol.
Show me what you got, Ismark.
I am attempting to get into flanking range. They will use their whole turns to move. Okay, they're in range. The Revenant goes. It takes in a quick glance of all of you, holding its two-handed sword aloft, and it says, "Minions of Strahd, I will dispatch you for the order of the Silver Dragon." And he is going to try and cut down the closest twig blight in his way. Thank you. Revenant. Nice. Killing it.
Good job, Leonardo DiCaprio.
And then he moves 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to you, Burn. And that is his turn. Ismark.
He's not gonna like that.
Big
Oh,
mistake.
Thank you,
You're not that guy, pal.
Marius. Sorry, I lost a character in order here. Marius. Ismark will go. Ismark makes an attack against the druid. Ooh, dealing some hefty damage against the druid here. That's a 18 and a 24 for a total of 19 points of damage.
Those are at advantage?
The left ones is what I'm looking at.
Oh, okay.
And it is critical.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, Ismark doing some work.
Stolas.
Awesome. I'm going to swoop down and grab the spear.
Okay.
And I'm going to use the same spear to attack the druid.
Okay. So you are now at 0. And no longer flying, or do you fly back up? You used 45 feet of flight.
No, I'll stay right here
Okay.
so I can use a physical attack.
Perfect. And you're attacking the
Two-handed.
druid or the twig blight? I'm sorry.
The druid.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead. 10 with Riftbreaker. Not quite enough to get through the druid's armor. She is pretty deft and is able to kind of dodge out of the way after being hit by Ismark. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
I don't think I can do any more attacks, so I guess I'll yield my turn.
Okay. That is the druid's turn. Seeing that this battle is not going her way anymore, she is going to disengage and run. Burn, you are now face to face with this silver-clad knight. Go ahead and give me perception.
Okay.
Actually, let me rephrase that. If you would like to gain more information, feel free to roll perception. If you would not, feel free to attack.
Does it count against my turn? Because I want to fuck this
It
guy.
does not.
Okay. Where did it go? There it is. I rolled a 10.
You can make out on his left pauldron, though his silver armor, once clad and beautiful with his silver flowing cape, has now rusted. You can make out the symbol of your dragon god, Bahamut, or what looks like to be Bahamut, or maybe a silver dragon, on his left pauldron. And he has these burning blue eyes.
Well, that ain't normal. Let me just go ahead and just cut to the chase.
Oh!
I guess Searing Smite?
Yeah, if that's what you want to do, bud.
Yeah, that's how do I send that to the
Just click on it. Okay.
Oh, what the hell?
So, Searing, you hit Thunderous.
Oh, shit, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Why does it say self? Did cast at what level? 1? Why is it doing this?
Cast it at level 1, and it's on yourself. It's when you hit.
Yeah, so
okay.
your Thunderous Smite, there's a bonus action ability that you grant yourself, along with the Searing Smite. They're different types of smites, versus just doing a straight Divine Smite that takes no action from you.
Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Divine Smite.
There you go.
So-
So make a normal attack roll,
Okay, thank
and
you.
then you should have a Divine Smite checkbox option in your attack modifiers.
Okay, 23.
Hits.
Where
And
do I...
it's as a first
It's
level
under
spell,
yep.
it'll be 3d8 if it's because it's an undead creature.
Okay, I see Divine Favor.
It is right here. Divine
Oh, Divine Smite. I'm looking right at it.
Oh, there it is. So go ahead and roll 3d8 since you hit.
Read the spell.
Starting at second level, when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can expend 1 spell slot to deal radiant damage to a target. In addition to the weapon's damage, the extra damage is 2d8 for first level spell slot, plus 1d8 for each spell level higher than first, to a maximum of 5d8. The damage increases by 1d8 if the target is an undead or a fiend, to a maximum of 6d8. So 3d8.
Yep. 17 for a total of 26 damage.
Nice.
One big hit as your radiant light from your god descends from your blade. Go ahead and make sure you mark that you used a first level spell under your spell sheet.
Yes.
I got you, actually. I had your spell sheet pulled up. And yeah, Taurus, it's your turn.
All right. Let's see here. I guess I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna take a second shot at this fool over here.
Perfect.
I just want to. Oh, now wait a second here. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I can hit that druid from where I am.
Do it.
I'm gonna take her out. I'm gonna finish her off. So I'm gonna take my shot at her. She hasn't seen me, so it's a sneak attack. I'm using sharpshooter, and I got the range for sure. So here we go. 21 to hit.
Hits. 8 piercing. Dead.
15 and 8. Yeah, 23 damage.
8 is all she had left. Oh. The piercing alone kills her. The sharpshooter feat, I mean, on top of that, with your dexterity, your arrow flies through the trees, hits her right in the back of the head, dropping her.
Like a bad habit.
Oh, gross.
I just giggled to myself a little. There you go.
Nice shot.
druids.
Ozol.
All right. I'm going to start with the snake's turn.
Okay.
I'm going to fly to here to use the help action. And then I'm going to fly back here. And it is
Which
not promote
snake?
up. The flying snake.
What help action are you using?
To give me advantage on my attack rolls.
Because
Right.
you're a snake now.
I'm a slippery snake. And
So
I'm
put it here really quick. So you're flanking and you're using the help action, and then move it after you take your turn, because technically its turn coincides with you. So go ahead and leave it there until you make your action, and then move it back.
Okay.
Just for rules clarification.
I will cast Firebolt.
You cast Firebolt. 15. Does 15 hit the Revenant? 15 hits the Revenant.
And you take 6 fire damage.
I'm going to take 6 fire damage.
You don't have to make fun of my voice, by the way. I'm just kidding.
Sean Connery.
How dare you?
Yeah,
And then I'll move out of range and do not promote opportunity attack.
correct. Because a flyby. Perfect.
Ozol, you're gonna need it.
and
You're gonna need
then
a
let
snake
me-
voice now.
Slippery snake.
These are our people. Okay, I'm good. That's gonna be my turn.
You have one. You have a 1 twig bite left.
It's just a little bit out of range, but yeah,
Okay,
and that will be my turn.
Marius.
This man in front of Bren mentioned a Order of the Silver Dragon. Do I recognize this order? Is it something that I know
History
about?
check.
I rolled an
18.
18.
You recall, just vaguely, in passing with some of your other Vestani brothers and sisters, as you're trading stories around campfires on different planes, being that you are people who travel to different planes. The Order of the Silver Dragon was an order of paladins that came to, I should say more or less were trapped in Barovia, and were some of the only resistances that supposedly were wiped out, but were so dedicated to their cause, they wander as revenants until they're freed from this domain. You believe this creature that is attacking Byrne, or has chosen to carry along his way, is one such member of this order. Therefore, he is dishing out justice on behalf of his order, trying to abolish any and all who serve Strahd. And they just kind of wander. That's about all you really know. But
Okay, thank you. Divine Warrior of the Dragon, we are not worshippers of Strahd or servants to him. Put down your blade. There is no need for us to continue this fight.
persuasion
Sure.
or intimidation.
Persuasion. I'll get a 13 with my persuasion. And then with my actual turn, I will bonus action to hex this twig blight there, and then it will need to make a dexterity saving throw as I cast Sacred Flame on it.
It fails. So the Revenant technically has advantage in this specific scenario. Being a 17, you have not swayed its cause. It seems to be thoroughly engaged with burn.
Okay.
But the Twig Blight with a 7 on dexterity, I believe, has failed and takes 2 necrotic damage.
It takes 7 radiant damage and 2 necrotic damage.
The Needle Blight takes all of it, leaving him pretty much almost dead. He is critical.
That is it for my turn.
Perfect. Okie dokie. Irina will move in and make an attack against the Twig Blight, killing it. Boom. Her rapier goes straight up and through, hitting at this coursing, beating pinecone-esque heart in the center of it as it unravels into vines. The Phantom Warrior will go. He has a speed of 30. We'll step here. And being that its leader has chosen to engage you, Burn, it's going to attack you. It has multi-attack. Does 16 hit your armor class? No.
It does not.
Does 12 hit? No.
No.
Incorporeal movement. And he's not flanking, so he does not have advantage. That is his turn.
What a dingus.
He cannot really speak so much as he can just kind of moan. So he moans his way over to you. Attempts to attack you. The Revenant goes. It's very sensual. It's little love taps. The Revenant goes, looking at you, and he says, "You may be big, but you are no match for my order. I need you, Order, to make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw."
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wait, hang on. Don't roll. Hang on. The Revenant targets one creature it can see within 30 feet of it.
You don't know this, Zach?
Oh, I don't know this. Oh,
And it is not
well,
your
that's-
turn.
Yeah, but I can do things that influence others' turns.
You can.
Also, he's reading it for the listeners.
Okay, go ahead and read
Yeah,
it for
because
the
someone
listeners,
didn't
Zach.
read it for the listeners.
I was getting there.
Okay,
Jump
well,
right to it.
Okay, well, because sometimes we roll very
Targets
fast.
One creature it can see within 30 feet of it, and again, which it has sworn vengeance. The target must make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw. On a failure, the target is paralyzed until the Revenant deals damage to it, or until the end of the Revenant's next turn. When the paralysis ends, the target is frightened of the Revenant for 1 minute. A frightened target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, with disadvantage if it can see the Revenant, ending the frightened condition on itself on a success.
I'll use a 15 portent.
Okay, use a 15 portent roll. Burn, don't even bother. You feel this shock
You
wave
hear a
hit
glimmer
you.
of blue magic from behind your back.
You know enough that Ozal has touched your mind.
Nice. Thanks, Lizard Boy.
You're welcome, Bird.
Being that it's not listed as an action, I'm going to take an attack as well.
Wow.
Right?
H?
Yeah. Targets one creature can see within. Nowhere does it say that. It doesn't work on you. 12 and 17, neither of which hit, I believe.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Ismark's turn. Ismark will come over here and offer his aid to you. He'll make 2 attacks, one of which hits, dealing 4 points of slashing damage. Okay, Stolas.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over there and join the fun.
Join the fray.
Yes. And I'm going to use Eldritch Blast.
Run up, just right in the face.
Yeah, right in the face. It's exactly
Fucking
what it
love it.
deserves.
17 hits, 8 force damage.
I don't know if she was a Jedi.
Sorry, that
God
was a good one.
forbid.
Hey, you hit though. You hit today.
I know. Yay.
Necrotic. Okay, perfect. It takes 8 points of force damage. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No, I'm good. I just want to see
Dawnbringer.
Burn destroy this thing.
Burn, you are being flanked by Ismark, so you have advantage on your next attack.
Nice. Oh yeah, it's my turn.
Yeah.
Well, I feel bad if he's like a paladin.
Try and talk to him.
Yeah, let me try and
He's-
intimidate him down.
You. Okay.
Because he obviously, Marius didn't even appeal to the guy. So maybe intimidation will work.
Insight.
Oh. I did intimidation.
That's fine. Go ahead and roll insight too. Okay. Let me do this at advantage. 12, I fail. Doesn't matter. Don't worry about the insight then. Never mind. The Revenant. What do you say? Let me say that first. Paint me a word picture.
Paladin brother, please, if you're still there, if some remainder of humanity is left in your bones, stop this at once. It's not the way of the paladin.
Did you put your sword down, or are you still threatening him with it? Do you
Yeah,
brandish your
kind
holy
of.
symbol?
I like put it down in front of me with my holy symbol showing on me. As on my shield.
Perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for. The madness, the blazing blue in his eyes dims as he looks at you and he says, "Brother, words I have not heard in a millennia. Well met." He stows his sword. To the Phantom Warrior behind you, he holds his hand up, and it kind of stops behind you, sheathing its weapon.
Oh yeah.
What has brought you here, brethren? Why have you not returned to Argynvost Hold with the others?
I don't know what that is.
He looks at you confused because he can see the platinum dragon symbol on your sword and on your necklace and on your shield. And he says, "Our stronghold, Argynvost Hold, where the others dwell."
I came to get you.
He says, "No, I have been sent upon this quest to guard the road against evil.
Against
Farewell.
what?
Be
That's
wary
it?
of twig lights. My purpose is..." And he kind of like seems lost almost. So with your insight that you rolled, you can tell two things. One, this revenant, the reason it is living, the reason why it acts and does what it does is it's driven by its purpose, which is to root out Strahd's minions. Being that there are no Strahd minions left, he kind of seems like he's kind of fading in and out, fighting with his immortality and curse of being this walking dead creature that is driven to root out these minions. So seeing that his work is done, he just begins to leave. He says, should you need our order, or no, should you want to meet with the order, we are at Argynvost Hold." And he salutes you as much as his sinuous body allows. And he continues south.
Oh my god, that was weird.
Do you try and stop him or anything? Or you gonna like walk and talk with him?
He's undead. Shouldn't you kill it?
I feel like I should. I feel bad, but he's not doing anything wrong.
He's
And I'm
cursed. Just end his suffering.
How much HP has he got?
That is not
92
something
hit
that we
points.
know. But maybe not all creatures here are truly evil.
He's
You
not our
guys-
enemy.
You guys have dealt him maybe a quarter of his hit points of damage.
Oh, I don't want to keep fighting him. I thought maybe like one shot, like an arrow to the back of the skull.
This Argenvost, maybe it's somewhere we should go and check out eventually.
I've
Perhaps
never
once
heard
we are
of it.
done with this task.
I think it's about dark now. How about we find a place to make camp?
No better place but
works.
the road, Marius.
Let's get Trundle off the road.
We'll take a bit of time. Can I use a survival to try and find a decent place to put our cart and wagon and trundle
yeah, so-
and begin to set camp.
So how I'm gonna roll this is you, Taurus, and Vern can roll survival, seeing that it's kind of we'll give it to Vern.
Could someone assist me and give me advantage? I mean, I'm trained in survival. I travel on the road often.
If you are trained in survival, you may make it. Due to the nature that you're a wood elf, Taurus, I will also allow you to make a roll.
I'm a wanderer. I'm a master of survival in the wilderness. Where's
Yeah, what's your background, Taurus? Did you take?
I have the wanderer trait.
Yeah, do you want to go ahead and read that for the audience?
Yes, I will. You have an excellent memory for maps and geography. You can also always recall the general layout of terrain, settlements, and other features around you. In addition, you can find food and fresh water for yourself and up to 5 other people each day, provided the land offers berries, small game, water, and so forth. Basically, I'm Rambo.
Love it. I love it. That's perfect. Yeah.
I
So
rolled
do you
a
want to?
22
Okay.
with my survival.
Yeah. Taurus, do you want to roll or assist Marius? Either way.
Yes. Oh, wait. I was rolling at advantage. Do I roll at advantage? No.
You also got a 22, technically, with advantage there, stated. Yeah, you guys kind of put your heads together and find 2 viable locations in this location. It is starting to get towards dusk. You could travel some more on the road and get, finish off those 2 hexes. Or I guess we'll assume that you guys have traveled a little bit more on the road to get those extra 2 hexes, and we'll use this map as a campsite. 2 of the best spots, Marius. There is a tree covered in ravens over here. Just a swarm of ravens, which from what you have heard, are a good omen. And it's also flanked by a rock, so it would be harder for people to sneak up to you on the left. Or there is a copse of trees up and to the right, this direction.
Ravens are good luck. I will bring the wagon over this way and set up. We'll put the campfire to the side here, so that way it's blocked by the trees and the hillside, and begin to set their camp.
Perfect.
Ravens are good. I like a raven. Bring
So-
the fire.
As we sit here and begin to, I set up the fires. I am one of the fastest tent makers out there. As I quickly set up my tent, and this is one of our first times camping together. Everyone, is there anything that you know? Any stories you care to tell? Tell me a bit more about yourselves. Any adventures you'd like to regale us with before we joined together?
Is the campfire lit or is it Or are we still assembling the campfire?
That's up to y'all.
I'm actually gonna go and gather some food and maybe some small game for us to eat.
Yeah, go ahead and roll survival for that.
A 12.
12, sorry.
Let me do this.
Before Taurus goes, I'd like to place my hand upon him and grant him the vigilant blessing, in case he encounters anything on his wanders to find food.
Thank you, Marius. Appreciate the help.
Taurus, off the side of the road here. Let me read this really quick. Go ahead and read Vigilant Blessings, Marius.
So, Vigilant Blessing. The knight has taught you to be vigilant. As an action, I can give one creature that I touch advantage on the next initiative roll the creature makes. This benefit ends immediately after roll, or if I use this feature again.
Perfect. So I have rolled an 18 for your basic survival check, which is kind of high. So I'm going to grade this more or less on D100 to see how successful you are, even though you didn't meet the DC. I guess I can cancel the turn order. 80. Yeah, okay, perfect. So you are able to find some small game. It's kind of slim pickings. Kind of the theme, I guess, of Barovia is that it is harsh across the board. The hunters that live here have a hard time making their way. They're oppressed by a terrible ruler. You're able to find just enough food to get by for everyone in your group minus your two tag-alongs. So Irina and Ismark, unfortunately, not enough to go around for them. But there is enough to go around for the rest of your group.
Perfect.
Irina and Ismark really aren't two-faced. They brought travel gear. They have food. They have tents and things. They are ready to go. Irina kind of takes and blocks one of Trundle's wheels and begins to set up a lean-to off the side of her tent, kind of closest towards Marius, kind of almost making the structure of the wagon into her tent. And Ismark will help assist with that. Ismark takes what looks like some sort of dried fish. He walks over to the base of the tree, says something to himself, and sets it down at the base of the tree as the ravens begin to descend and eat on it. And he walks back and helps assemble the tent.
I will light the campfire with prestidigitation.
Okay, perfect.
And I will grab a seat, and inside my bag I have some scrolls, and I will begin looking over the scrolls to learn protection from good and evil.
Nice. Okie dokie. Stolas, what are you doing?
Stolas is just taking a seat next to Burn.
Okay.
Burn, do you mind if I have a sip from your enchanted flagon?
I don't think a sip is gonna do it, but absolutely, let's have one.
Nice.
I love it. Stolas, you're handed this kind of, though it is plain, it is clearly well made. The wood itself, you would say, is rich, and your people know all about wood being, birds, I guess. What does it taste like to you?
The sweetest spiced mead. It just kind of has that effervescent fuzziness to it.
Okay.
Absolutely delicious. This is the best meat I've ever had.
I love it.
It really is delicious.
Is it cold? Is it warm? What is it? So when you imagine this meat in your mind, what temperature is it?
I would say it's naturally cool, like
Okay.
the water from a river.
Perfect.
And of course, Stolas holds up this cup to burn. You have to taste this. It's just so good.
I am tasting it. I'm tasting a delicious roots beer.
What? I'm tasting mead.
Mead? This isn't
Yeah,
mead.
this
It's clearly root beer.
I love this so much.
What mead have you had that tastes like root beer? A sarsaparilla.
I have no idea what sarsaparilla is. Or root beer.
We need someone to. We need a third party in here.
Ozol.
Yes, Stolas.
Get your fork and tongue over here and try this out.
I'm sorry. Yes, Stolas.
My lad.
Join us. We have a difference of opinion. But we need
Allow me-
a unbiased third party.
Allow me to settle it.
Show him.
This is clearly delicious cold root beer.
Okay, I'll grab it and take a drink.
Ozol, what's your perfect drink?
My, this tastes like the finest orange juice I have ever had.
Orange juice? There's no
That's
possible way
That's
you're
wrong.
tasting orange juice.
Burn, my boy. Perhaps you've taken one too many hits on the head today. This is a delicious glass of freshly squeezed orange juice.
We can't all be tasting different things, can we?
Marius, come here.
Yes.
Take a break from setting up camp. And,
What
and
is
try
it?
this. Try this delicious orange juice.
It's a bit late for orange juice. I don't think I care for any of it. Much prefer a bottle of wine. Do we have any amongst us?
We have. Oh no, sorry. We have wine, says Ismark from the tent, as you hear bottles clinking in his bag. And Irina says, well, "Of course we have wine. We're from Barovia. It is the lifeblood."
Why
of our
is it
countries."
waiting in the tent? Bring it out here to the fire.
Well, maybe if you help with the tent or cooking, things would go faster and we could have more wine. But no, you're over here gallivanting with your boys.
Whoa,
Well,
whoa,
perhaps
now.
if you
I
paid
am
us more.
setting up the tent.
I don't see an outline drawn on my map where you're setting up your tent, says the Dungeon Master.
Well, one moment.
I will settle this. Irina steps over. She says, "May I?" and holds a hand out to you, Byrne.
Absolutely.
She takes it, and she takes a fat drag, just drains what's left. Probably, half to 3/4 of what's left in this flagon. Just dunk. No, what is this? Orange juice? Have you no taste buds, old man? It is beautiful, rich, full-bodied, warm wine. Almost
What
as
are
if it
you
was simmered
saying?
on a stove.
Wine? My lady, you seem to be mistaken. It's clearly root beer.
Ismark, come tell them they are wrong. Ismark, I'm setting up the tent.
Well, you're missing out on some really good mead.
This is fantastic orange juice, Ismark. Please come.
Irina just she hands it back to you and she's like, holy shit, holy cannoli. That is some powerful wine. I'm going to go put on the food. And she stumbles off drunk to cook over the fire. I need Ozol, Stolas, Burn to make this Constitution saving throws. DC 15 or you're drunk. Ismark will also come out and try it if you are.
I got a 20.
Nice. No alcohol in this orange juice.
I want to clarify. I wanted to say Fanta, but I wasn't. There's not like a real world.
There's no fantasy Fanta.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
sorry.
So I had to say orange juice. Oh man! And then also I didn't know like a real world Coke. So that's what we settled on.
No, that's fine. We can have fantasy Fanta. It tastes whatever. But fuck.
It's a
Fanta.
fantasy.
Fantasy.
Whoa! Dad jokes much?
I came
Uh,
up. I mean, real world sarsaparilla exists. So.
it does. It does. That's why I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
What say you,
It's
Ismark?
Ismark looks at it. He says, "This cup is empty." He hands it
Oh.
back to you, Burn.
Check this out. I, I flip it upside down and I flip it back up again and it's full.
Yeah. So as you turn it upside down, it's almost like you ever seen those magicians like use the magic cups where they fill upside down, and it's just like technically it's smoke and mirrors, but it's filling one cavity on a different side via gravity. That's what it looks like, almost as if this liquid should be rushing out onto the ground, and Ismark is astonished that you have spilled nothing. And then as you flip it back up, it's this full frothy cup of whatever, right? Ismark says, "Oh my, this is marvelous." And he grabs it, and he says, "To you and yours." Takes a big hit off of it, drinking about half of it. Foam all over his face. "This is the finest crafted beer in all of the land. Where did you come upon such an ale?" As he hands it back to you.
Beer? What a dingus! It's root beer.
This is clearly orange juice, Burn. What do you say?
You don't know what with the talking, Ismark says.
Wait a minute. Bismarck tasted beer. Snake Boy tasted orange juice.
How dare you?
Half Snake Boy. Stolas tasted mead. I'm tasting root beer.
Give me that
And it's-
drink. I'll tell you what it is.
Yeah, you have some.
All right, let me see what you got here. This tastes like mushroom gin. I love it. It's fantastic.
What? We
I love
can't.
everything about this.
Jesus, I've never
Everything.
had such good mushroom gin before. Give me more of that. Burn.
By all means, go ahead. But
Take a couple more.
all of
hits
those
off
things are so vastly different in flavor. Could a magically filling cup be magically tasting as well? I don't think that's beyond comprehension.
Perhaps it's what we love most.
that. Sounds
what
good
we're
to me,
tasting.
Burn.
Burn, will you roll me a Constitution when you get a chance?
Yes. Constitution.
Taurus will need to roll one as well.
Yep, you too. Oh, James is also drunk. Oh no!
I'm hammered. I love it. Give me more. God damn it.
Give me the gin.
I love
Gin
gin.
in a bottle.
Gin in a bottle.
I will take one of the bottles of wine from the tent. And at this point, I'll sit at the fire. Well, then, since none of you care to regale me with a story of your own, allow me to tell you one of my people. The Vistani believe in storytelling. From ever since I was a small boy to even our most oldest of elders, we tell stories to tell our history of our people and what is going on. The story I wish to tell you about tonight is one that has been going on for generations. Long before me, before my parents, my grandparents, my great-great-grandparents, and even farther, centuries ago. The Vistani, wandering the land, never being truly welcome in most places, were seen as eccentric and strange, untrustworthy by nature. But truly, we're just merely a happy people who enjoy to sing and dance and be on the open road. One night on the road, my people discovered this young man laying out there cold by themselves. Battered, beaten, broken and bruised, bloodied. My people, being kind at heart, took this man into their care, cleaned his wounds, nursed him, took care of him until he was able to awaken. A few days along the road, this man woke and discovered that he had been moved. He asked who my people were and where he was. They told him that he had joined the Vistana, and they had found him among the road, hurt and wounded. They took care of him, took him away from that place, helped bring him somewhere a bit safer and keep him warm until his wounds healed. This man, he thanked them greatly for their generosity and pleaded to them that if they could bring him to his home, he would be very grateful to them. See, he had been escaping a battle that he had been losing out in a valley far away, and had managed to get out of a losing fight and escaped with his life. My people, being kind at heart, agreed to take him to where he desired, back home. A few days on, they got to know more about this man. He was a nobleman from a faraway place, coming to a new land in a valley, looking to make a home and refuge there. That's where this war was that he was fighting. They eventually made their way home to his home, and this man said he was eternally grateful to them, and that the Vistani would be forever welcome in his domain. This nobleman eventually went on to conquer that valley and make it his home. A place that Vistani are able to come and go from as they please, where we don't feel like we're prosecuted or hated, and we're able to stay safely and not worry. This is my first time in these lands. That place is the place that we stand and camp now. The land of Barovia, and the young man that Vistani helped on the road centuries ago is the very Count Straldvan Zarovich that we met the other night.
Burn, give me some more of that gin.
Take it.
Cheers. Sorry, Marius.
No, by all means, drink is meant to be shared, and stories around the fire are truly what help you be alive. You will see when we go to the camp, as we get there, be amongst true Vistani people, how we go about. And you better be ready to share your own stories, as they will want one. But that story itself is one of the oldest ones that my people have. And it is expected to share stories by the fire in order to gain the Vistani's hospitality. So I hope you come ready when we get to the pool here in the next day or two. With that,
I pass out.
I will take my bottle of wine and go take the first watch. Maybe you all should take a rest, and I will wake one of you in a bit, as you can take a watch, as it's never a good idea to everyone sleep in the middle of the night out here in the woods. At which point Marius will step off and walk over to here with the bottle of wine and keep an eye out, maintaining vigilant watch of the camp and surrounding area.
I'll the watch with you, Marius. Ismark stumbles into the cart with you. Just drunk. He feels real bad. Irina says, I will take morning watch. She goes and lays down.
Marius, take my snake with you, and he will help you keep watch.
Gross.
Sure, I can do that.
I crawl
Burn.
into the tent with this chick here. Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Burn, may
That's
I Burn, may I borrow your necklace for the night?
My necklace.
Yes, your symbol to your deity.
Bahamut? Take good care of him, for he has taken great care of me.
I shall.
Great line.
Thank you. I will return it to you when it's your time to keep watch.
All right. Who is going on second watch?
I'll go on second watch.
I'll go on second watch.
I'm out cold.
Okay. Irina's going to take third and final watch. Burner, are you taking third watch as well?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, hanging out with your girl.
Is it weird that my girl is actually just Cody?
Wow.
Yes.
Romance it has actually a really big backstory in all of D&D. I mean, it's a core storytelling element. It's only weird if you make it weird. So, just for fun knowledge. While the rest of you go ahead and put yourselves in whatever tents you're going to sleep in.
Am I good with learning my spell for the hour?
Mm-hmm. Of
Okay,
course.
great.
Burn, are you
So,
sleeping with
Yeah, stay-
your compatriots,
Oh,
or which tent are you sleeping in?
I'm gonna go hang out with Trundle.
Okay. Join first watch. All right.
Oh no, I just sleep at the wheel
Oh, okay. Well,
or like under it because I'm so big that that's the only cover for me.
sure. Yeah. You take your blankie and your teddy bear and whoop, right underneath the axles. Thankfully, the wheels are already
hell?
blocked. It's just humorous.
ooh, can we sleep
application.
in the cart? Like because they're on top of the cart, I imagine. Or are they in the cart for watch?
They are probably in the cart. They've rolled up the
okay.
side
Gotcha.
canvas kind of to keep
Gotcha.
any of the weather off.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
Yeah.
they're keeping watch.
I'll set up my bunk in Stolas's tent.
Okay. Ismark is going to make one more Constitution check. He passes. He's no longer drunk. He comes out of it, Marius, feeling somewhat better, and comments to you, "That was some powerful beer." What of your people, Marius? How did you come to be in this land?
The Night Mother summoned me here. I had dreams that I was to return to my homeland and make a pilgrimage to go and speak to Madame Eva. Along my travels, I discovered these people. They were kind enough to rescue me from a poor predicament I had found myself in, and so I am helping them. Madame Eva will give me some further guidance that I need.
As you say.
Until then, I will continue to help them. And help Irina, as I have agreed to, get her to the town of Valaki, you wish. Ismark, though, I'm wary of you continuing along the trail with us, after what we just encountered before we set up camp. If creatures like that are frequent on the road, you may not want to wander too far out of home. Maybe you should head back in the morning.
Go ahead and roll persuasion.
I will. I roll a 5.
Ismark kind of looks down at you and he says, "No, I think I will continue at least halfway, one more night to Tyr's Pool. Or, things are hard in our town and they only seem to be getting worse."
That's exactly my point. You're now the new leader of your village. You have many mouths to keep watch of and take care of.
He scoffs and he's like, "You know they call me the Lesser, right? I could never do enough for those people in that town to live up to my father's legacy."
Well, your father unfortunately is no longer among you, and you no longer have a shadow to stand in. Show them that you are a better man, a smart man, and can take care of them. Obviously, you're a caring man, as you have entrusted us to take care of your sister and take her to another village. If you care that deeply for her, bring that care to your own town, and they will be grateful for it.
I will say, with your excellent roleplay, Max, you have swayed Ismark. I will return in the morning to the town then.
Good. I think that is a wise decision. In the meantime, what I would like to do with the rest of my time on watch is I will take a moment to fashion a leather strap and cover for the holy symbol of Bahamut that Byrne has granted me watch over. So I will fashion a locket kind of setup for his amulet, and then on the medallion itself, I will take the emerald that I was given, chunk a piece of it off, and grind it with my hammer and a mortar and pestle with hard energy, as I then begin to cast a continual flame spell upon the amulet. I touch the object, sprinkling the dust on it, and the amulet of Bahamut begins to glow with a bright platinum flame, bringing forth the energy and brightness of a torch. It burns no heat, uses no oxygen, and it creates the light of a torch. And with the flap, I can cover it and open it to conceal the flame itself, so that way it doesn't always provide light. And expend the second level spell slot to do this spell.
Perfect. Yeah, you are able to just great narration in general. While you're not a tinkerer, you are able to inset the gem into one of the cragged eyes.
The dust is consumed in the casting of the spell.
Oh. What about the gem itself? You said you took a chunk off of it, or is it just the?
I need 50 gold worth of dust.
Ah, okay. Perfect. Well, yeah. Then you are able to inset this magic into one of the facets of Bahamut, being probably closest to his eye or mouth, symbolically, with the pouch on it, so that he can use continual flame and have a light source when he so chooses. Awesome. Yeah, the night, surprisingly, I rolled really low pretty much across the board, passes without any issues. You can hear some rustling off in the trees and maybe feel a little bit of the stare of night creatures, either just doing a recon on you or checking out your camp. The swarm of ravens at one point takes off from the tree over to this other copse of trees and begins to kind of squawk and attack whatever is over there, making it flee. And then the blessing returns back to the tree.
I will then go and place the amulet softly on Byrne's chest as he sleeps, and go wake Stolas and Oshal for their turn of the watch. Place my hand upon Stolas and grant Stolas the vigilance blessing. The Night Mother will guard you tonight, Stolas, as you watch us while we sleep. You'll have advantage in case anything happens for the next fight.
Thank you, Marius.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Perfect.
And I will go to rest.
For your
Stolas.
enchantment and your stories.
You're very
Stolas,
welcome.
go ahead and clear your drunk status for sleeping. Right,
Cody, does that nap that we took, does that count as a short rest or a long rest?
With the total of watches, you guys will have a complete long rest, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Is there anything you'd like to do on your watch? You have a couple, like 3-4 hours of downtime here.
Yes. I would like to, I'm going to learn another spell. Let me just look it over, but yeah, I'll be looking over some, spell scrolls. And I'll probably do magic weapon. And the process of that is I'll learn the spell and entrust the knowledge into the crystal that's on my staff.
Perfect. Your circle of fire begins to dim as it has not been stoked in the last 4 hours, kind of cutting down your visibility around the camp.
So there's no more wood, or there's no more.
It has consumed the wood, correct. Yep, it's burnt to coals. I do believe that Tara said that he had gotten some extra wood, but that could be something you do on your downtime as well to keep the fire going. If you'd like to keep it going, it's actually up to you.
Okay. Actually, so how long of a watch do we have?
About 4 hours each.
Okay,
Or 3 hours each, excuse me.
I'm gonna ritual cast Unseen Servant to gather
Okay.
more firewood and to kind of what do you say, stoke the fire to kind
Yeah,
of
how-
get it.
How big
Oh,
are
sorry.
you making it? You can go 4 total levels of like cook fire being like 2 or 3, or 4 to be like full blaze if you wanted it to.
Large enough to keep like burn and everyone in the tents warm. So probably like level 2, I think.
Okay.
So I'll have him gather enough wood to do that, and enough wood to kind of for us to be able to sustain this fire throughout the night.
Yeah, he will follow your Sir appears, excuse me. Your unseen
Thank you. I
servant,
was looking
your
for my token. I
butler.
couldn't find it. Sir, gather firewood for this fire. Not too high, and once you've gotten enough, place it by the wagon so that we can keep this fire burning for later.
You hear your own mental reflection of what Sir sounds like as this French gentleman. But of course, Lord Ozer, I shall gather the wood for you. Stolas, you just see this wisp of air. He just holds the firewood that Tyrus has gathered in his arms and slowly feeds it, keeping it kind of at that perfect level. It is my job to serve, monsieur. Was there anything else I could do for you, Ozor?
If we need more, please go and gather more. But that doesn't.
But of course. And he does your bidding.
Thank you. And then I will just cast light on the crystal to give us a little bit of light to see. Though I do notice that my vision was better than it was before in the night.
Yes. Spreading across your chest, I would say. So your left arm, where you have placed the ring on your middle finger. Right. Well, actually, what finger would you, or what hand or what finger would you have put it on? I don't want to assume for you.
Left. Let me double check. I believe left ring finger was where I was going to put it.
Okay.
And I will say now the 3 fingers that were once each a goblin, an orc, and a what is that word?
Yanti.
Yanti. There you go. Now they're all Yanti fingers.
Right. Your hand begins to take on the scaled appearances. Your canine teeth are becoming a little bit more pronounced. The ring itself seems to be melding into your skin, actually, almost as this growth of the scales over your hand. Your flesh that was once human begins to melt off. Melt is in the snake melting, not to melt like a candle.
Yes.
All right, just to clarify for our audio listeners, it has spread all the way up your arm and across, probably half of your chest. As your
snake has
eyes also
noticed-
become more slitted.
My snake has noticed this as well. And
How does
it
he
kinda-
respond?
kind of curious, like how like a dog will tilt its head, kind of like that, like it's observing that the form it's always known me by is now changing.
Yeah. How is Ozol emotionally reacting to this? Just to kind of let us into your own head here.
I'll be honest. I wish it was not this race or any of the other 2. But I'm upset. I feel bamboozled, and I'm going to through my knowledge of the world and just of curses in general, I know that there could be a cure or a way to fix this, and I'm just thinking how to make that happen.
I love it. I think it's some good character motivation on your end. I love the insight, the anger. It's all warranted. I will say, just to break game here from meta, I did put 2 ASMRs in there for you. I tried.
Oh man, we got to talk off stream if that's a possibility to manipulate that ring. That would be amazing. But we'll talk off stream. But yeah, so my character, and I'll tell Stolas, I've got some bad news. I think the ring that Strahd has given me is beginning to change me. And I will show Stolas my hand and my eyes.
What manner of object can do this?
It was the ring that was given to me in the rope trick room. Unfortunately, I seek knowledge, and I could not pass up the opportunity to use the ring. And unfortunately, it has become my bane. And I fear that by morning or soon thereafter, I will be fully transformed into this creature.
Well, I can't say that I don't understand the predicament you're in, because I probably would have done the same.
I do also have one more thing to tell you. When we entered the realm of the Pumpkin King, I was delayed a bit, and I don't fully
yes.
understand why. I was brought to some sort of extra-dimensional space. Inside the space, there were people who called themselves Ozals as well. Some were the masters of necromancy, others the masters of time and space, and others were the masters of the infinite. And I was given this pocket watch. And I will produce the watch and show Stolas.
It is a fine instrument.
I believe that this watch will allow me to manipulate time in some way, though yet uncertain. Perhaps it will reveal itself to us as our journey continues.
Why do you feel that way?
I noticed when I first wound the watch, time seemed to dilate, just slightly. It seemed to slow down just a bit, and I was able to perceive things much faster than normal. I believe this is to our benefit, though, unlike the ring.
Well, you should probably keep the watch secret, keep it safe.
Yes, of course, Stolas. Well then, let me get back to my spell scrolls, and I believe you have some as well. Perhaps you'd like to learn some new abilities.
Yes, I can find no better studying partner.
Nor can I.
Stolas, will you please give me a perception check?
I will do that.
$21. As your... Well, let me say this. As Ozal's attention shifts from you to whatever it is that he's doing arcane-wise, and he seems to be intently focused on it, you do a quick sweep of the area with your owl head, being able to turn more than the common head. And something catches your eye in the night sky. So typically during by day, the Barovian daylight is this gross, foggy, smoggy, covered sky. Daylight is rare. It does exist, technically. By technical terms, there are little shafts and slivers, and vampires prefer not to be anywhere close to it. But at night, there is an endless black sky with a full red moon. And just opposite of the moon, as you swivel your head all the way around, 180 degrees behind you, you make out the star again. Crimson red, with tendrils of light coming off of it that kind of move and swirl as you bathe under its red light. Your charm shifts and shudders, like slightly in your antlers, not necessarily in a breeze, but enough to get your attention. As you feel the hunger begin to creep into your body. It's been a while since you've fed this charm. You think in the next couple days you will have to feed on something or someone living to keep appeasing your deity.
I will also make no mention of this at all, because the hunger is something that Solus struggles with at all times.
Can we show the star?
Oh, yes. I gotta figure out where I put it. Sorry, I uploaded all those lightning and magic assets. Star, sword. Yeah, I'll show it at some point here.
Okay.
But yeah, your guys' watch kind of comes to a close.
Thank you for joining
next
me on
up.
the watch, Stolas.
Make no mention of it.
Tyrus, Byrne, and Irina will take watch. How did you sleep, Byrne?
Pretty good. Get a
Byrne will
stretch.
see that he has his necklace placed upon his chest, and a leather strap is wrapped around the pendant.
Yeah, look at this. Isn't that something? The old Marius decided to do something nice for me. I wonder why.
Oof.
If you open it, you'll be shown the brilliant light. But that is for you to discover.
Tyrus, do you have anything to say to Byrne or any moment that you'd like to have while we're sharing?
I'm still a little tired from all that gin. Burns gin is pretty heavy. Am I still drunk?
No, you've slept it off at this point. So has Irina.
Who am I watch with? With Byrne and Irina.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like a third wheel here. I'm a third wheel in this little love fest.
Love fest. What are you talking about? I'm not in love with this man. He simply
No, I
is
know.
just.
Burns in love with this vampire chick, though. That's for sure. He keeps talking about her, looking at her, funny. That glint in his eye. I know what he's thinking. He's a paladin. I know. He's trying to be pure, but can't all be pure all the time, right, Byrne?
Yeah, thanks.
She is just taken aback. Okay. As you say, Master Elf.
So, Irina, what happened? I'd like to know how all this went down with you getting bit by a vampire. Did you get bit twice? Twice.
I did. Twice. He came to my home. He attacked me. It's so hard to remember. It's as if it was a dream. Everything was so fuzzy. And Ismark thinks that it's some complication with Strahd's power and mine taking over. But I am not so sure. But yes, he did come for me. He bit me, and I was able to fight him off.
What do you think
This
he
is
wants
what,
with you? What is he trying to do? Does he want you to be his bride, the vampire's bride, the bride of Strahd? Is that your role? Is that your destiny?
I do not wish that upon any woman, let alone me. But yes, he has an infatuation towards me. I don't understand his motives or why he does what he does. He does not prey on other girls. There are other women in the village, more pretty than I. Less scarred and of potentially higher standing or having more of the baby. But not every Barovian has a soul, you know. We're stuck here in this place. We do not leave. Our souls do not leave. I don't know if that is the cause or what, but we are cursed.
So how do you get rid of the curse? Can't you clean your slate?
We have to kill that bastard. She spits the word out.
Byrne, you hear that? You got an opportunity here. You got to help her clean the slate. You got a shot.
I don't know, man. She's a spitter.
Yeah, but I figure once you leave that curse off, it should probably be sweet as marmalade.
Cody the DM loves this. Side note, For those of you watching the stream, this is what the star looks like. It is this perfect, like, four-pointed star in the sky that has, like, this red eye in it with wispy tendrils of ethereal magic that kind of glow in and out of it. The hungering eye of Hadar, Dini's symbol. Also, it's what her charm looks like, kind of hanging from her antler. Albeit without the eye, it's just kind of this red gem set into the charm.
Nice star. So, Irina, you think that potentially you like my buddy over here? He's pretty good guy. If we help you out, maybe you can take him on let him take you on a date. You know, I'll speak good for him. Burns one of my favorites.
I think maybe I will stoke the fire. Yes. She like crawls out, just kind of like pulling her hair around her. As she walks over and begins to stoke the fire.
Burn, here's your
Travelers,
chance.
all the same.
Here's your
Travelers, all the
I'll
same.
stay over-
They hit on me.
I'll stay over
They
here,
say,
Burn.
"Oh, Irina, oh, you're so beautiful. Oh, la la la. I want to take you out." No, I am a woman. I am strong. And she just kind of talks to herself on her way off as she stokes the fire.
Burn, here's your chance. She's all alone by the fire, dude. Go sidle up. Go sidle up. Go for it, bro. Do it. I'll cover the wagon.
Thanks, wingman.
I feel the need for speed. And then I high five Burn.
Wow.
To breed.
Just like in Top Gun. It's awesome.
And now we're demonetized. I joke. Yeah. Burn, this is your chance. You want to go talk to Irina? You certainly can.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know, dude. It's up to you. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. You're Burn Dawnbringer. Please.
Come on, Burn. I opened the door for you, man. I kicked the door down, bro. Go for it.
All right, let me go over there. Where's my character? There we go.
You lumber out of the cart, which visibly just like lifts because you're this hulking Goliath in split plate armor as you get out and kind of walk over to her, your shadow dancing in the fire.
Wow, dancing. So it's
yourself.
almost morning.
Romantic.
What's your armor class?
Oh, that's your pickup line, huh?
Burn! What the hell, Burn? Your arm.
Because I want to roll to hit it.
For those of you listening and taking note, this is how you pick up women at your local D&D shop. I don't think so, but it's 15. She just kind of looks at you. She's like, we've only known each other for less than 24 hours, right?
Sometimes when you know, you know.
I tell you what. I will take you to a drink when we get to Wallaki.
Wow.
I will get
Did
to know you.
Did you just cast Psychic Scream? Because you just blew my mind.
Now, are you making these up or are you quoting these from the internet, if I may ask?
I found them a long time ago.
Okay.
I have like 30 of them, so.
Well, I hope you don't critically miss.
Wow.
I have a lot going on right now. I'm being hunted by a vampire lord who may or may not want to have the neck-biting love.
Yeah, but I expertise in killing vampire lords. And I've met the man myself.
So you say you've met him. What was that like? I heard he is a very gentleman-like when you actually get to speak with him.
I'll tell you what. I will own his sword.
His sword.
His sword's a little pretentious, but I'll tame it.
I know the guy who made the art for the sword, says the dungeon master to the player.
Wow.
So you want to be a conqueror as well? Is that your goal in life, to conquer and rule under tyranny?
No, my goal is to help those who can't help themselves and protect the weak from people like Straw.
Do I look weak to you?
On the contrary,
Good save. Yeah, she says, I tell you what. Get to know me first. Kill a vampire for me, I will definitely marry you. You kill that bastard Strahd. Yes, I am yours forever.
consider him dead.
Go bird, go bird.
She laughs. We should keep watch. I don't know if your elf friend is fully with himself. You know what I mean?
I do, actually.
Alright, and the rest of your awkward watch passes.
Shout out to Joey. He's loving this.
This is the
good
hot
RP.
action that you get on collecting
you're
the
welcome,
auxiliary
Bird,
presents
you're welcome.
Live and Let's Dice. Hot action.
I should
yeah.
use the necromancer pickup line.
You know, if we were playing Mass Effect, since I've been playing that this week, you definitely would have gotten like 2 points in towards the love category, maybe a -1 somewhere in there for claiming the sword. But you're doing pretty good. You know, you're making your steps in the BioWare process. Okay, night
Nice.
gives birth into day as the rays of sunlight and the mist begin to cover the land again. An uneventful night, but an eventful night for roleplay. Great job, guys. I am so impressed.
Reroll portent rolls. long
Reroll
rest?
Portant. Yeah. Feel free to take any hit points you lost, or
Oh my god, another 20.
What are you
20 and a
programming to
10.
cheat with?
I don't know, but I should have used it with that damn spinny wheel. 20 and 10.
That's actually an interesting idea. No, I'm not gonna give you that. That'd
Yes,
be cool though.
please.
Boy.
Carmor, Joy Doll. Carmor will ensure that when you fight the big baddies, only him will be the one that dies. Lol. Everyone survives but him. Careful.
Now,
Careful,
are these-
Ozal.
Are these transformations beginning to be noticeable on Ozal?
Ozal, let me ask you this. Just based on your character model, go ahead and pull up your character sheet so you can show off Ozal a little bit.
I already changed it on the on
Oh,
the thing,
okay.
but my token
Never
hasn't
mind
updated
then.
yet.
That's
But
well,
yeah,
I
I'll-
have to manually update it.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about it. I think people know what you look like. You can go back and look at other episodes and see you.
Well, I want to show what I look like now.
I not fully transformed, but close.
Well, they could get an
You
idea.
got another day. Go. You can show them if you'd like. That's fine. What you eventually will become.
It's not loading. Okay, you guys will just have to imagine it.
Okay. His hand for sure. Does Ozal wears half gloves, if I remember correctly, like Gandalf
Yes.
does, because we talked about
Yes.
this. So you
Yes.
can see his left hand, Marius, just based on your passive perception and knowing Ozal. Oh, well, let me ask you this. Ozal, are you attempting to conceal this at all?
Well, Stolas knows, so I mean, not really. I mean, and Dean knows, or Byrne knows too. Or at least Byrne has known that something was up. So no, not really.
Okay. Yeah, you just passively, you can see that his left hand has become monstrous, Marius. It is,
How dare you?
well, I mean, that's a good way to describe it. It's got scales, it's got sharper black nails, his eyes have changed just a little bit. As for the rest of it, most everything else is covered by his robes, unless you want to get him naked. But that's on you, man. I'm not doing that.
Oh,
Night Mother's blessing, Ozal. What is going on with you? Are you sick? What is wrong with
No.
your hands?
well, it seems the ring that Strahd has bestowed upon me was afflicted with a curse. And I've never turned down the opportunity to learn more about the magic item, and unfortunately, I was the only one willing to try it. And so, this is what has become of me, and I fear I may lose myself to this creature at some point.
As he speaks, Marius, you can see his teeth have even changed, and his tongue maybe just a little bit, to become more pointed and angular. His tongue is beginning to fork a little bit in the front. His beard is receding.
I believe... Oh, God.
I grab your hand and like move your sleeve up and begin to inspect you a bit more. I'll make a medicine check. How do you feel? Oh, I roll a
feel
nat. I roll a 6. I roll a natural 1 on my medicine check.
You are so taken off guard by this, Marius, that it shocks you. You see the scales up his arm, and you are just, oh! You're shook, as the kids say.
I feel fine. I feel better than ever. In fact, my vision seems to have improved quite a bit, and my mind feels all there. I feel fine. I think this may be just physical.
Ozal,
Physical.
Yes, Stolas.
although I am far from an expert on menfolk aesthetically, I dare say that you look vastly improved this morning.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Stolas.
I love it.
I believe perhaps we may find a way to cure this curse at some point, but if this is what I am, this is what I am.
Wouldn't birds and snakes be diametrically opposed?
I was gonna say, Stolas don't eat Ozal now that he's a snake, huh? I know owls like a good snake for breakfast.
I would say that reptiles are more like our cousins, but okay. I had no intention of eating Ozal.
Well, also
That is good to know.
I am not powerful enough to solve this curse problem, but maybe in the town of Alaki or Madame Eva can do something for you. But it is beyond my power at this point. Please keep me informed if you begin to feel strange in any way,
I will. I will.
or begin to hurt.
I will. For now, I believe this is overall a positive change, but I do miss my old form. And if you feel at any time you are powerful enough, please let me know.
I think this is something we should speak to Madame Eva about. I think she will know the answer on how to take care of it. Actually, I will take a moment here while we're setting up camp and packing up camp and getting ready to go. And I will begin to ritual cast augury with a 11-minute casting time. I pull out a deck of cards of this beautiful royal purple color and gold trim, and I shuffle the deck and begin to lay them out in places in front of me. And I cast augury, speaking to my deity. The question that I will provide is, will Madame Eva be able to solve this problem that Ozal has and cure his curse? So, the DM gets to choose from the following. You can choose wheel for good results, woe for bad results, wheel and woe for both good and bad results, or nothing for results that aren't especially good or bad. The spell doesn't take into account any possible circumstances that might change the outcome, such as the casting of additional spells or the loss or gain of a companion. If I cast the spell 2 or more times before completing the next long rest, there's a cumulative 25% chance for each casting that the first that you get is a random reading. The DM makes the roll in secret.
Can I answer? I'm going to answer a little bit differently. Not can I answer. I'm the Dungeon Master.
You are welcome to answer it however you choose, my friend.
Being that you are drawing with cards, I will interpret this way. The first card you pull is a dragon. It's a royal dragon. It has a crown. It has a K on it for king. The second card you pull is a deuce. The 2 of clovers. The third card you pull is another dragon. 1 red, 1 black, both with crowns. The third card you pull is a 10. The way that you interpret this is maybe, maybe not. A pair is good by standings and 5 dragon ante. But being that you have an unmatched pair, maybe not. So I would say wheel and woe to answer.
Thank you, Master Rudari, for casting this spell on me. I appreciate it.
It's nothing that I reveal, but it is a way that I can understand and kind of see things. The Taraka deck before me is curious. We'll have to see for ourselves. Hollow. The Night Mother did not grant me a clear answer, so let's get on the road quickly before this progresses much further.
I agree, Master Rodari.
So I have a player question for you. You are 2 days away from Tears Poolglade, which means technically you have roughly 4 more encounters. We can either play those out and end the stream there. We can end the stream now at 3:30, 3 hours and 30 minutes, as a good roleplay stream and pick up and go to the Taraka reading. Or we can skip the next 2 encounters and go straight to Tears Poolglade. I probably have anywhere between 1 and 2 hours of roleplay potentially there as well. How would you guys like to proceed tonight? We're at a good stopping point. You've long rested. It's morning. But there is more information to be had should you want to do that.
By encounters, you mean combat, right?
Correct.
I'm fine to skip the
Potentially.
combat encounters.
I mean, it's not all, as you've seen on the road, sometimes it's a point of interest, sometimes it's a mystery, sometimes it's combat. There's a wide table. There are 4 more quote-unquote encounters before you get to Tears Pool.
One thing to keep in mind, Thanksgiving weekend is the 27th, so that would be technically our next time to play. So I don't know what everyone's plans are. I'm fine to go for a little bit longer, but it's really up to the group. I'd like to get to the city by the end of the stream if that's possible, but...
The encampment, but yes.
Or, I'm sorry, Tears Pool, that's the place we're trying to drop this lady off at, right?
No, you guys are trying to get to Wallaki as the city. It's 8 to 10 days away. I
see.
think is what,
so this encampment
what it
is
said.
where Lady Eva is?
Correct.
I'd like to get there.
Okay. The rest of you?
I'm cool with ending the stream when we get to that encampment as well.
Yeah, that
Dean?
sounds good to me. I got another hour or so. You can go.
Perfect.
maybe.
Yeah, I'm good.
I am also
Max?
good to keep playing.
All right. You arrive at Tears Pool. Go ahead and throw your... I'm going to take the light off this map, actually.
You want us to put our tokens in?
Yep, go ahead and put your tokens in around Trundle.
Hey, really quick.
You-
I drew a picture of Zach as a snake. Can we look at that really quick?
Oh, please. Yes, please.
Yeah. Just don't let me forget to bring my screen back in, please. Yeah, we could do that.
Oh, Ismark departs with farewells. He has been swayed
How dare you?
by Mars.
How dare you? I'm not even.
Snake from Jungle Book.
I feel like somebody exactly. He took inspiration from Jungle Book.
First off,
If you...
how dare you? Second off,
Oh my god.
I'm not even a green snake, so double how dare you?
It's I used a picture of the snake from Robin.
Oh yeah, that is the snake from Robin. How dare you?
Wow. Oh my god.
Oh, okay, sorry.
How dare you?
Hilarious.
You guys... Actually, let me jump back one more here. Before we get into that. Barovia.
These people look creepy.
Yeah, it's just the art.
Okay, where are we at? Oh, there
Yes. So you guys are here. In Tears
Okay.
Pool. Let me pull this over from the GM layer to the token layer. You have unlocked an extra area on the map.
Sweet.
So Tears Pool, you guys have traveled from Barovia to here. There was a fork in the road and kind of you have the main road and then into the trees towards the water. You've chosen to take that path. It actually looks more favorable this direction. Grass is a little brighter. There's not ruts in the ground. You can smell meat, something like cinnamon or pies being made. You can hear music and laughter. And as you get closer, you can see several smoke fires and these beautiful, colorful tints of the Vistani people. And as you arrive, there are several Vistani sitting around a campfire laughing and drinking and smoking. They seem to be passing around this large pipe. Let's go, Marius. You are Vistani. How do you approach, being that this is kind of your area of expertise?
I will continue to ride up with Rondo, holding the reins of the wagon and hail and well met, my family, my friends. One family, one people.
The cry goes out across the crowd. One family, one people. As they meet up with you, receiving you. They offer you bread and wine and water, a place around the campfire, and they say, "So, Vestani, what brings you to our encampment?"
I am Marius Rudari, and I bring friends. We are traveling the road on our way over to Valaki, but we are also here to try and see Madame Eva. I have heard word that she is here, from the sisters in the tavern back in the village of Barovia.
Yes, Madame Eva did say you were coming. Welcome. You are hungry, no? It has been several days' travel upon the road. Perhaps a story, or are we straight to Madame Eva?
I could regale a story or two, but what say the rest of you?
I would love to hear one of your stories.
Go for it.
Well met.
Indeed.
Let's hear it.
Go ahead and pull your tokens over if you guys don't mind.
I will tell you all that I just told
I
them
don't
one
know
of
where
our
to get
oldest stories the other night. I regaled them of the story of how we ended up traveling to the land of Barovia here. So, don't share that one again unless you have your own spin on it, you know?
They all kind of laugh and giggle, being that storytelling is innate in your culture. Yes, come around the fire. Come and sit. And let me regale you a tale.
Where's the wine? Please bring out some. I would love to have some.
Yeah, they bring out trays of smoked meats and wine and food. This beautiful cinnamon pie. You can see that each of the tents are very, very colorful. And though there's a lot of Vistani, they are excited to have visitors to tell a tale. One of the oldest Vistana stands up and he says to you, "Welcome, brothers. Sit and let me tell you the tale."
I don't know where
This
my token is, Cody. Just before you start.
is the Vistana's tale. I got you.
Thank you.
Boop.
Gracias.
Years ago, a mighty wizard came to this land. I remember like it was yesterday. He stood exactly where you were standing, charismatic and strong, clad in black robes. He thought he could really help the people of Barovia against the Devil's Strahd. He stirred thoughts of revolt and bore in them into the castle in mass. Peasants. When the vampire appeared, the wizard and when the vampire appeared, the wizard's peasant army fled in terror. A few stood their ground as a credit to their people, but most of them were never seen again, driven off of the cliffs in terror. The wizard and the vampires cast spells at each other. It shook the ground. It shook the earth. It shook the mountains. Thunder, lightning, fire, shadow. But in the end, only one figure stood, holding the wizard that we, the Vistana, took in, holding him over the cliff. I cannot tell you what the vampire said to the wizard, but all I know is they dropped him over the side of the cliff from the mountains. He fell hundreds of thousands, or excuse me, he fell 1,000 feet to his death. Curiously, I climbed down to find this wizard, to find some trace of him. You know us, Vestana. We are curious people who acquire things through, how do you say, means.
Theft.
I could not find anything of him. Not his body, not his staff, not his spellbook, not his robe. I can only know that the river Ivilis claimed him, or spirited him away. He kind of...
What was this wizard's name?
I do not recall, unfortunately. He did not speak to us the way that you speak with us. He was not here for hospitality. He talked to Madame Eva, but it has been some time since we have seen anything like him. It sounded something important, though. I can tell you that. But, anyway, sorry, I've kept you long enough. I'm sure Madame Eva is waiting. Finish your food. Her tent is at the far end. It's the largest one. Any questions?
I want to know more about this story.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, we're in free flow. Go ahead.
So this is just one of these people that's in the party that's telling the story?
Yes, he seems to be not the oldest in the, well, not older than Madame Eva. Let me say that. He, who you haven't met yet, is an older Vestani. Judging by his rings that kind of go through his hair of multiple color. You have a gold, a silver band, a copper, a bronze, each made of a different metal. Marius, you would know that these clan rings resemble how many planes a Vistani has been to. You yourself have at least 2. Whether you wear them or display them is up to you. They can either be worn in the ear or in the hair, sometimes adorning the belt. He's also probably wrapped in the nicest cloth. He seems to be the storyteller, the elder storyteller around the fire.
Ah, yes. I have 2. I have a silver and a red earring upon my ear.
And as you're saying that, he smiles and he says, "Ah, youngest brother, welcome." He offers you an obsidian ring resembling Ravenloft.
Oh, well, thank you. I have finally made my way back to our homeland. This is my first time here in Barovia.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
I will place
Marius, Madame Eva has also given you this, and he hands you a small sack, which I will link to your handouts, should you want to share it. It is a welcome gift from our people for your pilgrimage.
If you heard this wizard's name, would you remember it?
I am a well-traveled man. I have been to many planes and places. I've met many people. Names are not my strong suit. I don't use magic of names the way that some great namers do.
I see.
You may try, but I doubt it.
Does the name Merlin mean anything to you?
He scratches his head, kind of thinking. I recall the tale of him being a wizard, but it does not match. Was he black-robed in the wizard clans? Was he a white robe, a red robe, a blue robe?
White
like
robe.
you?
A white robe. Do you recall if the robe was white?
It was black, unfortunately.
I believe we're thinking of different people then. Thank you.
Many apologies. I hope my story has not frightened you in any way, being that you are of the blue.
No, just giving me hope.
Nice. Tars?
This food is really good. I'm really enjoying it.
Okay.
Thank you very much. The cinnamon pie is to die for. Burn, you got any more of that gin? Jesus, I could use a drink with all this pie.
The closest Vistani to you, as you're kind of sitting on a log on the outskirts here, hands you a whole bottle of wine. He says, "No, no, gin. What is this? You are among the people. We drink wine." And he hands it to you.
Well said. Thank you, sir. I'll take this instead. Appreciate it.
Yeah. As good as Burns flagon, unfortunately.
Nothing's as good as that.
Truth. Stolas.
I think I think just based on all of the stories that Stolas has heard recently, and upon meeting these people, he kind of draws some similarities between them and also his own people, in that they are very generous and they don't have really strange issues he doesn't understand between like owning property. He finds that people are very strangely how to say, they're preoccupied with things that belong to them or lands that have borders, and for someone who lives in the sky it's kind of weird. So he's taken quite a liking to Marius and his people, just based on his kind of passive understanding. So he's quite pleased to be here.
One of the younger gals, she is wearing, she has a red loop in her hair, a silver loop, and a crystalline loop, which you're not quite sure how that's done. She looks to you, and she says, so your name was Stolas, yes? Upon introduction? I believe Madame Eva spoke of you. You are of the sky, the plane of air. And she points to her crystalline ring. She says, I have met a person of your kind before. Welcome. She hands you a fish. And she says, if meat is not to your liking, we caught this today.
You are very generous. Thank you so much.
Or you can just chew on Ozal's arm.
Very funny.
I'll shoot a look at Terrace.
Nice.
Is that where you received your crystal jewel there?
Yes, we as the free people of the Vistani are free to travel to any realm in the multiverse. It is our rite of passage, as Marius, I'm sure, has told you. It is innate magic that we possess. It takes time to learn to go to places, and quite extensive knowledge of how to get there safely and how to leave safely. But this place, she shudders, especially. It's my first time as well. But yes, it is where my jewel comes from. I have also been to, and she points to the silver one. What was the name? Forgotten? I have forgotten the realm. Someone on the internet will get that joke. That's the name of the prime material D&D universe. It's not funny anymore. Sorry. Anyways, yeah.
Dad joke.
Yep. It fell flat. That's all right. I thought I might get a laugh from Marius, but that's okay.
Joey wants to know, is Stolas based off the character of the same name from Hell of a Boss?
You did get a laugh from me, but that was muted.
Oh, dang.
Deanie, would you like to answer that?
No, Stolas is actually one of the princes of hell in, I guess, demonology. That's where I got the name. He actually looks like an owl, and he's like as tall as a mountain. He's pretty cool looking. If you just Google it, you'll see where I got the name from. As far as demons go, he's got a specialty in the cosmos and knowing everything about the universe and the stars. But I would assume that character that you speak of probably got his name from also the ancient demonology that I mentioned.
Yeah, because Hell of a Boss, I believe, is a cartoon that takes place in hell, so I could be wrong.
Yeah, Stolas is really funny looking. If you just Google it, I promise you, you'll be very pleased with how silly he looks.
The owl with the huge legs.
Yeah, just Google it. I swear, it's worth it.
That's
Marius,
awesome.
should we go talk to Madame Eva?
One thing, real quick. Burn.
That's me.
And Ozal, actually, both of you.
Yo.
You recall Father Donovich speaking of such a wizard in black robes. He is, and the peasant uprising was alluded to, and you may not have connected this, but based on your passive perception and insight, you are to believe that he is Doro, the cursed boy, was maybe one of that peasant army who went there. He was described as following a wizard with black robes to the castle.
Wait, Doro was the wizard?
No, Doro was a boy in the peasant army
Okay.
who followed the black robe wizard to the castle.
Interesting.
So, just as a heads up. Byrne, would you like to say anything or do anything?
No, I think I'm kind of just passively listening.
Okay. You all get to a point where your food and drink has been taken, and you are invited over to Madame Eva's tent.
That's a lot of horses.
It's a lot of horses.
I'd like, just before we go into the tent, I'd like to do I fixed the new earring that I have, along with cast a quick detect magic to see if the cloak and the key that I've been provided are magical in nature.
They are.
Ozal, would you mind identifying these for me?
Absolutely.
As I don the cloak and present the key.
Yes. You'll actually hear one of the Vistana pipe up as
Where's
Ozal's
Burn?
chanting.
I don't see Burn.
Where is Burn? That's odd. As Ozal is chanting, he talks about the cloak specifically, the older storyteller of Vistana. He says, "The cape is one of ours. It is a Vistani cape of wonder." As you put it around yourself and begin to feel its magic pulse through you, it does a couple things. One, he says, "Look," as he unfurls the same cape that he is wearing. It begins to change colors. He says, "It is a cloak that will tell you your emotion on your sleeve. It is colorful. See mine with this excellent yellow stripe." And then the whole cloak kind of bursts into yellows and orange. He says, "I am overjoyed to meet another brethren of mine. As you can tell here, if I am angry," and he he's like, "Well, it's hard to be angry, but you know, when you are angry, it will turn a different color. It will tell you your emotions. It also," he holds the hands up, "the wind is kind of coming east. The cloak begins to billow west. Can billow dramatically."
Does it now?
As for the key, Ozal, while he's chanting away, you realize that the key itself is just an ordinary brass key. But upon attuning to it, you realize it has a one-time use of the knock spell.
Wow. I'm casting that by a ritual, by the way. Just want to clarify.
Marius, I have updated that in your section. It kind of tells you more.
Thank
Very
you.
cool. Now let us speak to Madame Eva.
Of course. You head towards the largest tent, the northernmost tent. You can hear gentle ritual chanting as the smell of incense kind of wafts out of the tent flap. As you draw close, the tent flaps themselves actually open, and she says, "Greetings, greetings, my friend. Come in." And she's kind of this old crone, crouched in the corner behind a small table where there's 5 perfectly made seats. Irina has chosen to just stay out with the Vistana people. She doesn't feel like this is for her. But you enter into her domain. In the center of the table closest to her, there is a red glowing candle that begins to spark to life as the five of you enter. She says, "Time Walker," as she nods to you, Ozol. "Dragonkin," as she nods to you, Burn. She looks at you, Stolas, and she says, "Out there, knight." Marius, she looks at you and she says, "My son." Go ahead.
Good evening, Madame Eva. Thank you for seeing us.
And then she looks to Terrace and she says, "Ah, the Nature-born. Welcome. I've been expecting you for some time. This is what Madame Eva looks like."
Thanks for the hospitality.
Of course, of course. One of your kind is rare in this area, let alone in general. Please take a
That's
seat.
true. Very true.
I know you have come to know your future. Are you sure you're ready?
Yes.
Okay, it is done. She pulls out an ornate box, much like Marius's, but somewhat actually nicer, kind of with platinum edging and these huge, like 4-inch cards are set out. As the box opens, the cards kind of lift and begin to shuffle in the air as they kind of fly around all of you, floating and mingling around the tent. The red glow of the candle intermixing off of the shiny vellum of the cards. Some of them are embossed with silver, others gold. They refract the light 1,000 times as the glow of the red candle intensifies, and then it goes out. A singular point of light erupts from the table as these cards land, shuffle, and 5 of them are dealt out. The rest hop back into the box as the red light comes back on from the candle. She says, "I will read the tarot to you now." She touches the first card with her hand, just kind of hovering over it, and she closes her eyes and tilts her head almost as listening as the card itself begins to shift like a black, shimmery liquid, and the visage of the card is revealed to you. GM layer. The first card. This will tell you of the information you are seeking of the Tome of Strahd. You see the image that animates and moves as you look at it of this bishop, the ornate holy device in his hand, bringing incense to life, swaying left and right as you can hear the low chants of what sounds to be like someone holy in the church. She says, "The information you seek lies upon a pile of treasure beyond a set of amber doors. Be wary, but it will give you the information you need to strike most at he who has corrupted the land." And she tilts her hand back, revealing the 8 of glyphs, the bishop. She touches the next card up here. Same kind of thing, tilting her head. And she says, "Ah, I sense this card will reveal a symbol of great power, of the raven kind, a holy symbol for a holy time." As she touches it, the liquid upon it melts and reveals what looks to be some sort of conjurer, this female wizard wielding magics of creation, creating things as the card animates, as it shifts in between, creating a golden sun to stars to weapons, her hair billowing in the wind, the powers of creation being made. Lightning physically cracks off the card, and it goes down. The 9 of stars, the conjurer. "I see a dead village," and she shudders, "drowned by a river, ruled by one who has brought great evil into this world." And her hand, hovering over the card, begins to smoke and turn black as she hisses and recoils from it. Be wary. The treasure you seek is guarded by her. She kind of looks up at the rest of you. She goes to touch the third card, listening as bright white light erupts. Burn, you hear in the clear ringing tones the voice of your god, Bahamut, come out of her mouth. Her eyes begin to glow with white power. There's these vestiges of horns as she takes on the spiritual apparition of a dragon floating above her body. And you hear, "My son!"
Whoa.
"My power here is waiting, protecting you. This is the last tier of the sun god. Find it well. The treasure lies in a dragon's hoard, in the hands of one who was once clean and is now corrupt. Find the hammer of sun and claim it in my name."
It will be done.
I love it. The card flips over, showing a holy avenger, almost Joan of Arc-esque woman holding a great sword. As, unlike the others, it does not erupt in this black liquid that is revealed. In fact, it erupts in a light as Madame Eva kind of delights in its warmth. She says, "Those are the common cards, as you can tell, being that they are marked out of the common deck. The next two are of great prophecy and from the high deck." She comes down here to the fourth. "This one is of great importance, and take note, for this is the person who will help you in your fight against Strahd, an ally in the darkness." She shudders. She puts her hand on it as it takes on a monstrous roar that echoes through the entirety of the tent. The tent itself has been silent. The sounds of jovial laughter and drinking and vigor from the people around the fire has faded into utter silence, as if you are in your own domain, enwrapped in what's happening. A bestial roar emits as the card is turned over. "This is the artifact card." She recoils a little bit. "He tinkers in a tower that he has taken from another, hungry for revenge. The one you seek takes refuge under a tower in the lake." She kind of heavy breathing. "On to the last card, the one I fear the most. This will tell you where the devil himself hides. Strahd, his location." She, unlike the other cards where she has tilted and listened or has fully accepted the reading of this divination magic that you recognize Ozal, very powerful diviner, but akin to your level, but maybe higher and older. She touches the last card and recoils in pain as her hand is burned, as the card erupts in fire and laughter. She's the broken one. Oh, she kind of taking in her time to explain. She says, "This one, whose name I will not utter, for he has many ears and many spies. He haunts the tomb of the one he envied most. That is where you will find him in his castle." And she spits. The cards then burst into brilliant light as they fade. Her eyes, that were kind of rolled back in her head for the reading, recede as the red glow less intensifies. You hear the smoke from the incense. You can smell it again, sorry. And the outside world returns almost in a blur and a rush as the whispers in the background fade. She says, "This is all I can tell you. I hope it has been of some help."
Wow. Thank you, Madame Eva,
Thanks.
for your time.
Jesus. I'm exhausted.
To be
Truly
clear,
remarkable.
Madame Eva, before I leave you, I have two questions for you, besides
Yes,
the
Mr.
reading that you have provided. My friend Ozhal here, he seems to be afflicted with some sort of curse. Is there any way you can take care of it, or cure him of his aids? The Night Mother has not granted me the power to take care of it myself.
She warily looks at you and she says, "Come here, Time Walker. I wish to see you alone."
Of course. I will
Uh,
walk
yeah,
towards Madame Eva.
And she'll pull you further into the tent, not having you leave the tent itself, but just kind of into her private chambers. She says, "Show me what is afflicting you."
Yes, I was given a ring by Count Strud.
Do not say his name.
My apologies. I was
Too
given
much
a ring,
power.
and upon wearing it, I began to feel my body changing. After one day, I now am resembling the form of a snake, and I do not know if there is a cure or how much more of my body will be lost to this curse.
She gently grabs your hand, kind of under the palm, not necessarily touching your fingers. She says, "Yes, it looks like the magic is infecting you." And she turns your hand over. She says, "Did it bite you? It is fused to your body, and it seems to be becoming one with you."
It did not bite me. The ring picked a new form for me. That's what I believe has happened.
She kind of is turning her hand over, and she begins to mutter as her eyes kind of roll back, and you can feel the visible, the visible power of her detecting magic, casting identify. You guys are probably in there a good half hour as she's chanting and trying all of these different ritualistic spells, and she says, "From what I can gain, yes, he has cursed your form. I heard what he said about your face and walking many lives, which I don't fully understand, but it is not my place to. It seems that you are to wear this form until you die, and then it is choosing another form each time you die as a curse. I can heal it, but I will need time, month, maybe 2 months, to gather ingredients, but it will take time. Unfortunately, my son, there is nothing I can do for you now."
I will bow. Thank you, Madame Eva, for your efforts in lifting this curse.
Right. She comes back out to the tent with where everyone else is sitting awkwardly, I suppose. She says, "Does anyone else have any more questions? I'm sure you have 1,000 questions. How can I help?"
I think Stolas is too scared of thinking about the future that he's not going to ask anything of this lady.
Nice.
Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing.
I'm too excited thinking about my
Sweet ass sunhammer.
sunhammer. Yeah.
And about your new girlfriend.
Yes, Irina did not accompany you into the tent. She didn't feel it was her place to be a part of this.
I have one further question.
Of course.
Madame Eva, the Night Mother has summoned me to the land, commanded me to perform my pilgrimage to meet you. Why did she bring me here? What am I supposed to be doing? Do you have any knowledge or foresight that you can provide me? What is my purpose for coming to our homeland, to the land of Barovia?
Am I able to speak freely in front of your friends? Or should we make this a private matter?
These people are my friends. They rescued me from quite the predicament on my first initial entry into the land of Barovia. They saved me, and I owe them my life. You can speak freely before them.
She won't meet your eye. She kind of looks down, frustrated. Night Mother, guide me. The Night Mother has lost a great deal of her power in these lands. The people have been preyed upon by Strahd so much that while the other phrases and sayings in her name, the rituals, the sacrifices, the clerical intent behind it is not being followed. I also fear that she may have been bound. You could. No, I will not. You could speak to her. She kind of curls her hands in frustration. In the forest, the Baba Saga might have the answers you seek, but she is hidden from my divination. A creature much powerful than I. One who could rival the Devil's Strahd if she wanted to. Maybe. Maybe you are being called to bring back her teachings to our land. To this land.
I
The bump-
actually have a
this-
question. Once you're
Marius
done,
then
Marius.
Yep.
Well, Tarius, does it have something to pertain to this discussion I'm having myself with Madame Eva?
I
You are
don't
welcome
know.
to speak freely.
I'm just curious if potentially you know how we're supposed to kill Strahd. Or what is his, if you know his weakness, we have to find a way to get this guy.
To clarify, the first card, the bishop. She gestures to where it was on the table, since the cards have gone. This is the information you seek. It is colloquially known as the Tome of Strahd, his journal. A history, a guide, a descent into his darkness and madness. It should pertain and tell many secrets. That should be your first. Maybe. I do not know. There are so many ways to go. That is one avenue. The second, the holy symbol of the Ravenkind, is a item of great power and should help you in your fight. And of course, as the dragon god has spoken, the Hammer of Sun. These three items are key and necessary to fighting the adversary. I would also encourage you to find aid when possible from whoever dwells within the tower. And you know his location when you head to the tower. You know that he is dwelling somewhere. I believe it was a tomb of the man he envied most. Maybe finding the tomb will give you everything you seek.
Here's another quick question for you now that I think of it. I pull down my scarf. I show her the brand Strahd gave me. I said, do you know this? I point to my
Yes.
neck.
She somberly nods. You bear the curse, the mark of the vampire. He has targeted you, no?
I hope so. Because if he comes after me, I'm going to kill him.
Many have said that. More powerful than you. But the fates only know.
I will kill him. Trust me. I appreciate all your information.
She bows to you. Looks back
I
to you,
bow.
Marius.
This, Bubba Lusoga. Who is this woman? You say she is as powerful as Strahd or could be? Where does she stay? How is she involved with the Night Mother?
She laughs. She says, so many questions, so little time. That, my son, is something you will have to figure out. I cannot tell you where her location is. She's hidden even to my eyes, and unfortunately, I have had a dealing with her, and I am not permitted to speak upon this matter. Nor could I if I tried.
Well then, Madame Eva, if you will grant me one more question. I have something further to ask you.
Yes.
Who amongst those here in the camp worship the Night Mother and would be willing to speak on her behalf? The village of Barovia has recently lost its priest, and the temple needs work, needs to be repaired, and they could use the help. Is there any brother or sister amongst us here that might be willing to travel back home, or to the village, and make home at the temple, and speak on the Night Mother's behalf?
My son, do you know why we have wagons?
It's to better travel the roads.
Aye. And what does Evistani so long for the most?
The open road, Madame Eva.
Yes.
These are old stories, I know these. But if you wish for the Night Mother's guidance to be better, some of us must take the road to ourselves or plant roots somewhere. If she
May
is
I
truly
ask?
bound, then maybe one of them might be willing to go and speak. To guide the people.
I will ask, but they travel their own paths, as we all do. Mayhaps in the town of Wallaki, where you are headed with the woman, you could find one who of clerical need. Do they not have a church?
I do not know. I've not been to this town of Loki.
Ah, yes. I joke, I joke. They do. Mayhaps you could bring aid from there and spread the Might Mother's will through the land of Barovia.
Thank you, Madame Eva, for your time and your guidance. As always, from what I have been told by the stories, you are a wonderful woman to meet and behold. Your guidance is very astute, and thank you again for your time and your gifts.
She cackles. A raspy thing sounding like old, dry weeds kind of swaying in the wind. She says, "Of course, my son. Go. Drink, eat, rest. For you have a great adventure ahead of you." With that, she will stand up from her chair, gesture to the tent flaps that gently open to the sound. Night has fallen at this point. Got here kind of midday from the road. Almost as if, Ozal, you feel that there is some sort of temporal displacement that has happened. Being in this tent longer than you could have even anticipated.
Wow.
She says, "I have prepared tents for you. You may stay the night."
Thank you, Madame Eva.
And that is our session.
Wow,
Beautiful.
what a great ending.
Yes.
I like her.
All right.
Stolas
I
is
love-
kind of freaked out, but
Wow. Thank you, everyone, for watching live. We had about 10 to 5 people throughout the stream, so we appreciate that. We'll do a write-up to summarize in the next few days, and yeah, that was a great stream.
Thanks, guys.
Good stuff.
Do
Cody.
we still have merch in the store? Are we still running this?
Yeah, TeePublic, if you want to pick up some of our merch, there's a link there. There's a shirt design up there of our party. And, yeah.
no bias
Thanks,
or
everyone.
anything, but the Heather ones are great.
I did. I have a
Yeah,
blue
Heather's
Heather
the
one
way
I
to
wore
go.
on After Dark the other night. Go see it.
Hell yeah. Anyways, thanks, everyone, for tuning in. We'll let you guys know when we're playing next, but until next time, we'll catch you on the next episode.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.